Camera one.
Hi, and welcome to the Arlington County Board Recessed meeting that's going to begin in just a few moments. But first, I'm going to walk you through how it all works. This meeting is usually held on a Tuesday and continues Saturday's regular meeting, held every month except August. The meeting begins at 3 p.m., sometimes with awards and recognitions, followed by reports from individual board members. The board then may make appointments to advisory commissions before board members give regional reports. County board members represent Arlington on regional bodies dealing with transportation, governance, and other issues that affect the entire region. They report back to their colleagues on the work of those regional groups. The afternoon session ends with the county manager's report to the board. The board then takes a break. Often during the break, the board will hold a closed session. Because the meeting is close to the public, the board may discuss only items permitted by the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. These may include, among other matters, personnel issues, lawsuits, other legal or real estate matters. The board resumes its public meeting no earlier than 6:30 p.m. The evening session begins with a public hearing on each of the items carried over from Saturday's meeting. The board may hear from staff, commissions, the applicant, and the public before discussing the item among themselves and voting. No earlier than 6:45 p.m., the board will consider its regular hearing items. The board may again hear from staff, commissions, the applicant, and the public before discussing the items among themselves and voting. But here's a glance at today's agenda before the meeting begins.
All right, Madam Clerk, I think we're ready. All right. Board is now in session. Welcome, everybody, to the January 28th, 2020 Arlington County Board Recessed meeting. And we don't have any awards and recognitions to start, although our manager has an exciting report later on this afternoon, which would be good to hear about some exciting things that our folks have done for the county. But I will just start off with a couple of announcements, and I'm going to talk, I think, appropriately. This is the 100th anniversary of Arlington being named Arlington, and we started off the beginning of this month with Charlie Clark showing his history map, where you can click on different buildings and see what they looked like 100 years ago, which is pretty cool. We've got some exciting things coming up. Next slide. Coming up right away on the 30th is a documentary viewing and discussion of the film Heroes, History, and Hamburgers. This was done by WETA back in 2004, and it's kind of fun. I watched it. It's a little dated, but it goes back all the way to like the 1600s, which is kind of cool. And we'll provide popcorn, so we invite everybody to come and enjoy the film. All right, and a discussion afterwards. And then exciting announcement, the Center for Local History is going to host a reception to celebrate the donation of the records from Lomax AME Zion Church. Those records go back way more than 100 years, I believe. And it's going to be on February 9 at the Arlington Central Library in the afternoon. Invite everybody to come. It's a really significant donation of records that's now going to be available for people studying the history of particularly the African American community here. Next slide. And then continuing with our theme for February, which is African American History Month, and we've got a panel discussion of the African American experience in Arlington on the 13th at Central Library. We've got Dr. Alfred Taylor, Portia Clark, Kitty Clark-Stevens, Joan Mulholland, and Frank Wilson talking, and we will have some discussion and invite you all to come to that. I think it's going to be a great gathering. And the next slide, I think, is, Moms Demand Action, the Hope Garden Project. And I asked Celia Slater to come and join me. Do you want to come to the podium and we'll just do this together, if that's all right, Celia? Yeah. And why don't you talk so I saw this kind of advertised, I thought I'd stop by, and it was such a nice little event at the library and had such a nice feeling to it. And we had a discussion earlier about getting you guys some water for your garden, and maybe you could tell us where we are on that, because that has a happy ending. We'll talk a little bit about this project.
Well, I want to thank you all so much for your support of this garden. We started last spring and went and visited with Christian, and he walked us out to a spot in Courthouse, and we got goosebumps and went from there. So we really appreciate the support from the very, very beginning. It's been great. And now you all are supporting us with the addition of the cistern on the plot of land, which will help us take water over to the spot. Last summer, some of our volunteers realized they had mussels where they had never had before, lugging the big water jugs of water over there. So it's a wonderful place. It's a real community building activity. We're working with master gardeners to develop a little bit of a larger spot there now that we've got a dedicated water resource. And we also have hundreds of rocks of remembrance that people have painted for us.
So hold a minute, because we're going to do a picture. Next
Yeah.
slide. Yeah, we've got some pictures. There we go. Do you want to talk about these rocks a little bit?
So most of these rocks are from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. We had a group of Moms Demand Action volunteers visit us last summer. They were from Miami, and they had painted rocks specially for each one of the victims of that tragic shooting. And so what we're doing now, we feel really special about preserving these rocks. We feel like we've been entrusted with these families' memories, and so we took them all out of the ground in the fall so they wouldn't get too damaged during the winter. And now we're going to kind of restore them as much as possible. So you can see that's Coach right there. One at the top is for Grandma Ruth Ann. She's a woman who was killed in Alexandria a couple of years ago. Anyway, it kind of pulls at your heart.
Yeah.
But that's
Talk
what we're
a little bit
doing.
about because you told me it was a very touching story, the rock, and I forget what the name, but I think his mother was here for a conference and made a trip specially into Arlington to see the rock there in the garden. Do you want to talk just a little bit about that?
There was one of the women from Florida had never been on a plane before, and a friend of hers had painted a rock for her son and put it in our garden. I don't think it's up
No, it's not
there.
in this picture. I didn't, yeah.
But
okay.
anyway, because she was this other group from Florida was coming, she joined them and flew on the plane just to see this rock that a friend of hers had left for him, because it's so important for families to feel like their family members are not forgotten. So that's what we're entrusted with, and that's what we're working hard to do, is to keep these memories alive in the best way we can in this beautiful place where people can go for reflection and also just to think about our community and how we're all working together to stop this kind of gun violence.
And I think what I learned, because I learned a lot while I was there that evening, there was a conference, I think, of Moms Demand Action in D.C., and they actually made sort of a field trip over here to see the rock garden, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was people from all over the country.
Right, and
Yeah.
we have rocks in the garden that represent mass shootings from Pulse, Virginia Beach, Dayton, El Paso. I mean, unfortunately, the list goes on. And so, you know, and I imagine it will grow. As our garden grows, people will know we're here and find some comfort in leaving a rock behind to help other people remember the lives
Yeah.
that have been lost.
Thank you so much. I mean, part of the reason I wanted Ms. Slater to come was this is feeling like an organic sort of place that is kind of growing here, that is really kind of cool and needed. It's sort of sad, but it's also a place of reflection that's important to have. And I think it's really exciting that it's here, and I really appreciate everything you're doing that, because I think it does help heal. I have a few more pictures, which I'll just show you. So she said they're repairing the rocks. Next picture. So this is the artist, I don't know Leslie's last name. She's helping a lot.
Phillips.
Yeah, and she's helping a lot. She was repairing a rock. So she had a rock, so she'd match the colors and repair it. Some of us didn't feel quite as capable of doing that. Next slide. So we also had some rocks just to prepare for later painting. That was what I felt I could do. Next Next slide. And you can see how intent people are. And I love the last picture with the woman holding the rock that says hope. I mean, there was a lovely feeling in the room and creating a nice thing, and it's just a quiet time. And I just really appreciate what you're doing, and thank you very much for doing it.
Thank you. And
Thanks for being
many
here.
thanks to you all. I brought you all a little pin,
Okay.
so you can have it with you. And many, many thanks for helping us with this. And we'll have a big celebration in the early part of June, and I know many of you all have been there. Christian, you've spoken there a couple of times.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, very pretty. It says, for those who can't see, it says plant hope. It's lovely. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And thank you, Mr. Schwartz, for what you did to help get that cistern there. I know you helped make that happen. Thank you so very much. Thanks for coming.
Schwartz, I will bring you a pin next time.
Yeah. He'll wear it with his Arlington Counts pin. That's we're going to be wearing those too. Thank you. Thanks so much for coming. And that brings us to our board member reports. And first up, I think, Mr. DiFerenti, you have a report for us.
Yeah, some of you know about this a little bit, but I just wanted to share a little bit about the point-in-time count, which is actually every year across the country, there's the effort to make sure that the number of homeless individuals in communities gets counted. So on the next slide, you all know our mission with respect to homelessness, but the best part about it is that it incorporates the housing first concepts, which I think are so important and which have led to major progress. So on the next slide, it was a little chilly this year. Lots of layers is what was my approach, but for me it was just helpful to actually learn a ton from the experts at ASPAN and our staff, and so that's the point in time. And this is just a couple of pictures. On the left are all the individuals who were on our way out into the cold. And then that's just a part of our count is both those who, some don't respond to our simple survey of a page and a half, and others do. And what we're trying to assess, consistent with federal law, is how, whether we have chronic homelessness and what are some of the causes for homelessness. So typically we do provide a small gift card for folks to get food as well as sandwiches. But we went to a number of locations, Roslyn Metro, Spout Run, and so we tried to be brief with the surveys, but it was helpful to get a sense of folks' stories. And on the next slide is just a description of the great work that staff is doing. I think many of you already know this percentage, about 59, 60%. But just incredible work that Anita Friedman and the team have done. And I hadn't known it quite as well until I got the chance last Wednesday to go out there. I don't know if I'll make it if it's snowing, but I certainly was glad to be there this year. And it was a little cold, but for sure worth doing. On the next slide is just a description of the great work that our Arlington is already doing on homelessness. We're getting the top two we're getting a little younger in terms of the homeless that we're seeking to serve. The bottom left identifies an area where we need to do better in terms of housing our African American population in shelters, and then recidivism is ending. So that's just a quick report. Next year, if anyone would like to join me, certainly welcome to, mindful that you may have done it before. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. DiFerenti. Great. It's good to see the data going down. Still a long ways to go. Ms. Crystal, I think you have a report for us.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Well, it's 2020, and I think we have some people in our audience who know what that means. Thank you to our well-represented census team here. We have a brief update now that we are officially in the year of the 2020 census. We'll continue to communicate about this as our team and our Complete Count Committee have been doing in the community. So just a couple of highlights. This board and the community have heard us talk before. Everyone counts. Our efforts afoot to make sure everyone does respond to the census and everyone is counted. We've talked about how high stakes this is. For every person that goes uncounted, Arlington loses $2,000 a year or $20,000 over the life of the census per one person. And that's money that funds critical things like the school lunch program, transportation projects, public safety, and housing. So we are really encouraging everybody to participate, and now we are going to get specific about what it means to participate. So, okay. In mid-March, you can expect to receive one invitation to participate per household. And we ask that you count, or rather the census asks that you count every individual in your household. Perhaps not surprisingly, one of our hard-to-count groups tends to be children under 5. People forget that their kids count, but they do. So please do make sure to answer for everyone living in your household that invitation. There'll be an opportunity to respond to a secure website or by telephone in response to that invitation. For those households who have not responded by April, you'll hear again with a paper copy of the census. If you don't respond to that, then one of the census takers will knock on your door. So as our partners at the Census Bureau shared at a public event the other day, if you don't want to see them, make sure to respond in March or April. And language assistance will be available. We'll be back too to share more about some of the ways that Arlington County is helping people be counted at public locations with translators and other assistants. So now I'll move forward. Thanks, Savita. We can't emphasize this enough. There has been, I think, a great deal of concern in among some community members, particularly in our vulnerable populations. Data will be collected about your name, your age, your sex, race and ethnicity, the relationship of household members to one another, home ownership status. What will not be collected per the decision of the Supreme Court is your citizenship status. Additionally, what will not be collected is private information. If you receive any mail asking for your social security number or bank account information, claiming to be from the U.S. Census, that is not from the U.S. Census. It is a scam. And then one of the things that we want to keep emphasizing as well is that your responses are protected under federal law. We just heard one of our partners from the Census Bureau sharing the other day that data is kept confidential for 70 years. The penalties for any census worker sharing that information are very steep indeed, and your information will not be shared with immigration enforcement agencies, law enforcement agencies, or in any way used to determine your eligibility for government benefits. We have a lot of trusted partners out delivering that message to our vulnerable community members, but we can't say it enough. So be counted, your data is protected, and your participation is greatly important. And as always, we encourage people to visit our website. You can go directly to arlingtonva.us and search Census 2020, or visit that link up on the screen to learn more about how to get involved or to get your questions about the census answered.
Great, thank you, Ms. Crystal. And I'll just say, because people can't all see it from their home, we have some lovely census folks here. And so if they actually do come knocking on your door because you didn't fill, it'll be great. You'll love them. They're great. They'll be very friendly.
Our Arlington people, everybody wants a visit from. We're talking about the federal census workers.
The federal ones. Okay,
who are also
They'll
very
be
friendly.
fine too.
Also very friendly.
They'll be fine. We'll make sure they're friendly. Thank you. Thank you all for what you're doing. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. And now Mr. Dorsey would like to sort of talk a little bit about there's someone who passed away recently who was actually very well known in this building.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And, I know all of us knew Ann Beeson, who was Deputy Commissioner of the Revenue for the Business Tax Division, who unfortunately passed away 3 weeks ago. And Ann is someone who's given a lot of service to the county over, I think, approximately 15 years working in the Commissioner's office. And she was known as someone who spent a good deal of her time trying to serve in an unofficial capacity as an ombudsperson with our business community to resolve issues, and was known for her vibrant personality, incredible work ethic, and incredible record of accomplishment in solving problems. She truly was a fixer in the good sense of the word. So we all, I know, mourn her passing and send condolences to her partner, Terry Seary, who also is a longtime Arlington activist. They resided in the Bluemont neighborhood, and even though they certainly made sure that things happened to the benefit of the community in the neighborhood, Terry, through his work principally on the Planning Commission, had a broader countywide perspective, and both of them are truly a dynamic duo, and we're sorry to see his loss and mourn Ann's passing.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Anne always had a smile on her face. She always wanted to help, make things better, and she was really elegant. She tried to show me how to tie a scarf. I got a little better, but I never could quite do it the way she did. So she's just great. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for that. All right, if there are any more board reports, if there are not any more, I will go to the appointments. So I'd like to report that the Arlington Way is alive and well, and I'm going to be reading this for a while because we have a lot of appointments to make. Thank you to all these people willing to serve. So first, going alphabetically, I think, to the Arlington Community Access Corporation and Arlington Independent Media Board of Directors, reappoint Gary Thayer for term ending January 31, 2023. To the Audit Committee, appoint John Weistat for a term ending January 31, 2022. To the Commission of Arts, appoint Chris McConnell for a term ending January 2023. Ballston Business Improvement District, reappoint Lawrence Smith, term ending December 2021. Citizens Advisory Commission on Housing, reappoint Eric Berkey and appoint Anika Montgomery and appoint Karen Surface for terms ending in 2024 and reappoint Paul Brown for a term ending December 2023. For the Crystal City Citizen Review Council, reappoint Krister All and reappoint Rob Mandel and reappoint Jane Siegel, all for terms ending January 31, 2022. To the Environment Energy Conservation Commission, nicely known E2C2, appoint Carrie Thompson, term ending January 2022. Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, reappoint David Kinney, term ending January 31, 2022. To the Human Rights Commission, reappoint Sukari Pinnock-Fitz for a term ending in December 2022. Reappoint Susie Lee and reappoint Kylie Tibbetts for terms ending in 2023. We will designate Kylie Tibbetts as vice chair with that term ending December 2020. Northern Virginia.
I believe we
Yes,
also
do
want
we
to
have an error?
designate Mr. Roland Watkins as chair as well.
Okay, and so we have vice chair and Mr. Roland Watkins as chair. Thank you
No,
for.
oh, yes, you got it. Exactly.
Yep, we will designate him.
Thank you.
Yes, as chair. Thank you. Term ending 2020, or should we just? Yes, okay, we're good. Thank you. And we want for the Northern Virginia Conservation Trust, appoint Phil Klingelhofer, term ending January 2023. To the Nova Parks, reappoint Paul Ferguson, term ending January 2022. And then reappoint to the Partnership Children, Youth, and Families, David Carlson, Devanshi Patel, Judy Haddon, Michael Brown, John Andelin, all for terms ending in January of 2022. This does not require a second. All in favor, please say aye. 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 All right, thank you. Thank you to everyone willing to serve, and Ms. Crystal, thank you for checking what was not on my list. Thank you very much. That brings us to our regional reports, and I think Mr. Gutschall's got a General Assembly legislative session. There's a lot going on down in Richmond.
Well, thanks to our very capable Ms. Pat Carroll, she's provided me some words of encouragement and words of wisdom here to report back what's going on down in Richmond. So I think we're all pretty excited to know that the Equal Rights Amendment was ratified by both houses of the General Assembly yesterday. What's the right way to do it? We have to do it the silent way, the Quaker way,
Yeah,
right?
but you know, this one I think is a yes. Just
Right.
saying.
Firearm safety bills are moving through the system. Elections legislation is getting positive hearings. No excuse absentee voting has passed out of the House committee and was approved by the Senate last week. There are two tree bills that were voted on the House floor today. They both passed, and both are the result of numerous meetings among stakeholders and should help with our efforts to save tree canopy. There are also numerous bills to tackle affordable housing. The governor's omnibus transportation bill was approved by a House committee today. Instead of abolishing vehicle safety inspections, as the governor proposed, the subcommittee members changed it to inspections every other year. There are bills that will restrict or charge a fee for disposable bags, plastic, and paper. The details are still being negotiated. There are numerous bills relating to solar energy and other renewable forms of energy that are moving forward. The Senate version of the bill to raise the federal minimum wage was approved by the Commerce and Labor Committee late yesterday. It begins with a raise to $10 on July 1st of this year and gradually increases it to $15 per hour in 2025. And there are many bills relating to how to reimburse firefighters and other first responders when they contract cancer and other work-generated diseases. One final bill that staff is working on is from Amazon and regards regulating delivery robots on sidewalks. You think we had fun with scooters? Now we can deal with robots. The bill is being modified to reinstate local authority over its sidewalk, which will be a good thing when there are multiple robots using them. Can we have robot wars? That's what I want to know. Right.
Mr. Getchell, careful what you say here.
And in case you were worried, the bill to designate cornhole as the official tailgate game of the Commonwealth is still moving through the process. So lots of bills go there to die, but apparently cornhole gets a fair hearing. So that's my commentary. Thanks for the indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Getchell. Robots and cornhole and the Equal Rights Amendment. Yes, thank you very much. All right. And then that brings us to, I think, Mr. DiFranti. You have a report for us.
Yeah, just a short report. Still different from focusing on cornhole, but it's important and it's broader. Several of you have been aware of this. One of my COG efforts is the Human Services Committee, and I thought it was helpful just to 4 or 5 slides that describe a provocative question that is, can we actually end homelessness? On the second slide, can we be the first region to end homelessness? And you all remember when we ended veterans homelessness here in Arlington and led the way for Virginia. I think that it's more possible than I ever would have thought over the last 20 years or 20 years ago. So on the next slide, it looks at pretty significant reduction just over last year. If you look at that 7% overall reduction, we're part of it, but also there's, of the 9,794 individuals, there's the large bulk of it is the District of Columbia. And I actually was pretty stunned by the next slide, which is a graph that shows some real progress in terms of DC changed from just a winter shelter to a full-year effort, and they've really made some progress down to the bottom where it's they're addressing family shelter problems, and that's an indication of the overall progress that they're making. On the next slide is some of the efforts that they're doing, and I will, of course, want the expertise of our leadership and staff, but there's a part of what they're doing is, if you look at that 4th bullet in particular, is some data sharing and real collaboration between DC, Prince George's, and Montgomery counties. And they have, some of that is different because we got the Potomac that separates us, but there may be some efforts, some ways in which we can step forward and do a little collaborating that might help us work towards this regional goal. And that last slide just talks, it's a little bit, Council Member Brianna Nadeau is leading this committee, and I also think really trying to bring some leadership to the region as a whole. There'll be a field trip in Fairfax, but I do think this is an effort that I at least wanted to briefly call to your attention.
Thank you very much, and that appreciate that. Ms. Crystal, NBTC.
Great, thank you. Wanted to provide a little bit of update on the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission. We just approved the commission's work plan 2 weeks ago now. As our colleagues know, Mr. Darcy, Ms. Garvey, and I serve on that body, which is I think, growing in the scope of its importance in the region, not only with serving as the region's convener on WMATA-related issues, but also with a growing program around disbursement of funds, or tolls rather, revenue collected on 66 and 95, which are spent to move more people through those corridors. So just a couple of updates about what's happening at the commission and will be happening this year. Major decision at our January meeting, the commission agreed to amend its memorandum of agreement with the Commonwealth. When the tolls came forward on 66, that proposal came forward, it was agreed that the revenue would be used to benefit the toll payer by providing alternatives to a drive-alone commute on 66. That was achieved through a memorandum of understanding approved in 2015. And the Commonwealth had come forward to the commission with an opportunity to use some of that funding on the Long Bridge project that I think I've shared from this dais before. It's been also a long-held interest of the commission to potentially use some of those revenues for a future Roslyn Tunnel project for WMATA to provide significant additional capacity for the corridors, or excuse me, the lines that move through Virginia. And so these MOAs will allow us to provide a minimum funding amount for our ongoing commuter choice program, which is, I think, actually was on the docket on Saturday. We apply for those funds to do important, usually metro-oriented activities. So this agreement will allow the minimum funding amount to go forward on those smaller regional projects, smaller local projects that serve the region, but also be able to allow these funds to be invested into major transformational projects like Long Bridge, which will increase the Virginia Railway's express capacity of up to 75%, taking potentially tens of thousands of cars off the 66 and 95 corridors. And then similarly, a future Roslyn Tunnel project, which could take many commuters off the 66 corridor as well. So that big moves in January, and then for the year ahead, we'll be continuing to manage that 95 and 66 commuter choice programs. The commission staff in particular continue their planning work on a Route 7 bus rapid transit project, which is very exciting. That project would terminate at the East Falls Church Metro Station in Arlington, but really help serve and alleviate some real congestion being experienced by our neighbors just to the west. Continuing that really important collaboration on WMATA, and continued participation in the Next Generation Regional Fare Collection Program, which is a long-held passion and hope of many of us. So we'll have a busy year at the commission, and appreciate the opportunity to highlight the work of this body.
Thank you. Continuing our transportation theme, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll spend a little bit of time updating you all on the Metro budget principally. This will take a little bit of time, but I think it'll be well worth it just to orient you on what's on tap at the Transit Authority for the upcoming year. So if we'll begin with the capital program, which, as you'll recall, the dedicated funding agreement entered into with the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia allows Metro a dedicated stream of funding, which has very much facilitated execution of a capital program, which has delivered some pretty important results. So we have, when it comes to maintaining the system in a state of good repair, which is the primary goal, which you'll recall back with the Safe Track initiative of a few years ago, a concerted effort along with the relatively newly implemented preventive maintenance program has delivered real results. Fires on the system, which used to be much more commonplace, continue to trend downward. That's resulted in on-time performance for Metro Rail, which is very much getting close to the target that we would want, which is going to put Metro at the upper percentiles of transit agencies in the United States. As a result, we've seen the availability of the rail infrastructure increase steadily to a very robust more than 97%. And customers experience this with much fewer, far fewer offloads than were apparent a couple of years ago, where you really couldn't go a day without having some sort of a malfunction, which was causing customers to be offloaded and having to wait on a platform for another train. With that, it's not just about making sure that we continue that progress, it's also dealing with some longstanding challenges which may have been neglected for years, including reconstructing platforms, which, as Alexandria experienced and Fairfax experienced this year, and we will experience a little bit next year, are very disruptive, but are very necessary to deal with critical issues. When it comes to the total capital budget, you can look at it in this way reflected on the pie chart. There are things that Metro really needs to do to ensure a state of good repair and to ensure that we don't backslide in terms of neglecting Metro assets, and that totals about $15.7 billion. And then there are other elements of maintaining a modern transit system which are also required, and those collectively are about $7 billion. So overall, we're looking at 10-year capital needs in the $22.5 billion range. Some of the things that we are going to get, if we'll move to the next slide, with the current capital program, for the customer experience, you'll see improved station systems, including passenger displays and lighting, but also dealing with things that are behind the guts of the system, such as station cooling. We'll see that the infrastructure maintains a commitment to keeping elevators and escalators uptime at a premium, but then there will also be that remedial work at platforms that will affect the Orange and Silver Line corridor next year, or this year. Then, when it comes to bus stations and terminals, there will be an effort to replace a lot of Metro bus shelters and to make those bus stops more accessible for people of varying degrees of mobility. There will be an investment in vehicles, if we'll move to the next slide, which will include continuing the final acquisition of the 7,000 series of rail cars while beginning work on acquiring a new series called the 8,000 series of rail cars, which is in its development stages. And as a result of the need of buses moving, whether they be transit buses or access buses for mobility impaired individuals, there will be continuing purchase of vehicles to refresh those fleets. We'll move to the next slide. There are substantial investments that are made in, some of the things that customers don't see, that riders don't see, rehabilitating the track where it is worn beyond its useful life, making sure that those track systems are replaced, that we replace bus garages so that we can get buses serviced more efficiently, routing in and out of garages, power to the system as we move towards providing more 8-car trains and integrating the Silver Line into the Metro Rail system. Refreshing those power systems becomes of utmost importance. And then when we consider initiatives to make the trains run more smoothly, efficiently, and safely, such as automatic train control, there are upgrades that need to be put in place in order to make that all possible. So if we move to the next slide, just to give you a sense of what the capital program looks like in the immediate term, about $1.8 billion is going to be spent in the FY21 fiscal year. That comes from the sources on the left of the pie chart, the dedicated funding, a substantial piece of what is making this capital program realizable. Next, I want to move to the operating budget, which is what many people are concerned with. This gives you a basic understanding of where we are. Metro expenses are projected to be at just under $2 billion. Revenue will come in at around $800 million. This leads to an overall base subsidy need for Metro of 3.7%. As you know, Metro has a requirement to keep the subsidy increase at 3% or lower, which means that there needs to be work done to trim this basic operating principle. So in order, if we move to the next slide, to keep the subsidy contribution at the mandated 3%, Metro is going to have to come up with about $8.5 million in reductions in order to make that work. Within the operating budget, however, there are a number of improvements or changes that the general manager has proposed, and I want to emphasize that word proposed because just like with us, the general manager proposes a budget, the Metro board will have to adopt a budget, and there will certainly be lots of conversations about the various puts and takes in constructing the overall menu. But what the manager has proposed is to improve bus service on one end, taking some highly efficient and productive routes and providing extra levels of service so that we can make those buses move more freely and hopefully attract more riders. There's also a proposal to include Metro rail service on the weekends, which has been a significant source of ridership decline, to reduce the headways so that trains arrive more frequently. There is a proposal to increase the amount of late-night Metro rail service, keeping Metro open until midnight during the week and as late as 2 a.m. On the weekends. And there is then something that we've heard a lot about, a proposal to reduce a lot of unproductive bus routes that collectively across Virginia, Maryland, and the District of Columbia amount to about $30 million worth of cuts in Metro bus service. There are also some fare proposals that the manager has put forth that are intended to raise revenue, but also enhance ridership at the same time. So it includes, at least from the manager's perspective, a modest increase in the Metro base fare, a much more substantial increase in the maximum fare, which, as you all know, Metro charges based on distance, so it would be for riders who are traveling the furthest on the system. And there's also a proposal to think about some sort of an incentive on the weekend, moving towards a flat fare or something else. Move to the next slide. So with the 3% cap, there are a number of exclusions which the legislation allows for. Paratransit growth, which is governed by the Americans with Disabilities Act, that service that Metro is required to provide, you can't opt out. So that is excluded from that subsidy increase calculation. Then there are also some exclusions for safety requirements, which will not be held against the 3% cap. Collectively, those are $8.6 million. What is unknown at this point, because of the timing of when it may start, are the exclusions which will be allowed for the commencement of operations in Silver Line Phase 2. So to just sort of put this all into a concluding paragraph, we are at the early stages of budget season. These are proposals at this point from the general manager. It will now be sent out to public feedback. And much like us, you could consider the general manager's proposal along with the other board actions to advertise a series of options that will constrain the board from ultimately adopting. So any proposal that is out there in the public at this point is not something that is adopted or a fait accompli. It will be subject to further discussion. I will just say from my own particular standpoint, one of the key policy levers is that the general manager has proposed fully funding a free transfer between Metro Bus and Metro Rail, something that, you know, will appeal to certain people. It will also come at a cost, because if policy is made consistent, local service providers have traditionally also offered the same sort of fare policy. So that would require Arlington County, through its ART program, if we were to continue with adopting that policy, to also fund that transfer discount, which would come out of our own budget. And it's a substantial enough number overall with the system that if you do the transfer discount, you see that it basically adds up to the amount of bus cuts that are provided. So really it becomes this policy conversation as to fully funding that transfer discount or some level of bus cuts. Where we land will ultimately, I think, be somewhere less than what has been proposed, bless you, at this point. I can't say exactly, but for us in Arlington, our bus program has been carefully curated over the years to actually be right-sized to the needs of our community and also to be really efficient. So cuts to our bus program are particularly problematic when you consider our transit development plan and the fact that Arlington has historically and currently, we just don't have bus routes that are ineffective and inefficient. So reducing bus service is particularly problematic for us, and that full transfer discount doesn't provide as much of a benefit to Arlingtonians as it may some other jurisdictions in the region. And when you consider that that would also come at some cost if we were to adopt the same policy on ART, is an area that I'm going to be working to change. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I have a question.
Of course.
So we've heard from a number of residents who hear that their buses are going to be cut, and as they describe them, these are not unproductive bus routes at all. So how is WMATA describing these bus routes that they're proposing to cut as unproductive? What's the metric? What's the data they're using?
So they're not necessarily describing them as unproductive. Essentially, what it appears Metro has done is to look at a number of bus cuts that will make it possible to fund the full transfer discount as I've described, and try to apportion them among the three jurisdictions in some way that is roughly equitable or roughly on par with what the groups contribute to Metro. So I think that methodology is not something that I would ever recommend, to try and figure out how to apportion pain according to what you contribute. I think you need to have larger principles at play, and that's something, that I'll be trying to work through Metro, because, that's to me is not a fair way to think about providing bus service to people.
Yeah, thank you. Have you had your TPB meeting yet this month? I
Yes.
think you did. Did they talk about, because we were going to push Metro to, come up with some metrics and be kind of transparent about how they made these decisions. I wondered, did that come up in that meeting?
That wasn't on the particular agenda, though it's something that, yes, I mean, I think TPB
It got a lot
will
of
be-
support, and
yeah.
because we did this handoff, and I should have
Right.
taught, anyway, I'm hoping that we can, for whatever it's worth, to help push it a little bit, because I think as you corrected yourself, this doesn't feel or sound equitable. This
Right.
sounds like maybe not a real good way to actually do things, so.
Right.
Anyway, we could help. And then finally, a number of people have written in to us about these bus routes, and we will try to get information back out to them that this is a good time to comment and how to do that. And then I'll maybe get with our CAPE team and see if we can make sure if people go online because they're upset about the buses, something will pop up for them to go to Metro and make comments, so that's clear for them
And,
to do.
I don't want to give the impression that these were arbitrary, so I will say that one of the prevailing thoughts by Metro when considering some of the bus cuts was offering cuts where there were going to be ability to parallel the route with rail. So if someone could transfer to rail to continue and complete their trip, those were put on the table for possible reductions. What was, I think, unrealized by putting those things on the table was that sometimes the parallel with rail would come at an additional cost and perhaps a significant amount of time because of transfers.
Right, like
within
doubling
the
of-
rail
doubling of the
system.
time is what I heard,
So,
so,
yeah,
yeah.
you could have some serious issues there. And one of the things that also wasn't really appreciated, it's not just Arlingtonians heading into the district, but these bus routes are often taken by people who may live in the district or elsewhere coming to Arlington in the evening. And without a parallel rail route, you could really be diminishing some mobility. So, there just wasn't a robust enough thought that went into these, in my opinion.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Gutschall.
Follow up, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Dorsey. It's a great report, and thank you for your service on WMATA. That's really important that we have you there. The follow-up that I wanted to ask along the lines of what Ms. Garvey was just asking about, I think because we have been hearing from folks, in particular on the Columbia Pike corridor, as I know you know well. And we have in our plans, in our 10-year plan for transit improvements, we still have the premium transit network. Can you just clarify that these changes that WMATA is proposing, is it still consistent with the implementation of the premium transit network as we had envisioned it?
No. So some of the changes that WMATA is proposing would eliminate the segments of routes that head into the District of Columbia, terminating on the eastern end. So what Metro is proposing would require people to take that current bus, and when it gets to the Pentagon, that's when it would terminate. So they would then have to complete their trip on rail. That is not consistent with our long-term plans for Columbia Pike, which are providing one-seat rides into the district. But if I could say, it's not just about the convenience of a one-seat ride. The issue becomes one of the route segments that's being proposed for elimination into the district will take people not just to the eastern end of downtown at L'Enfant Plaza, but it continues further west up into the Farragut area. By eliminating that, you could require someone to get off at the Pentagon. They then have to go into the district, transfer to another line in order to complete their trip. So in practice, this would take away one-seat convenience and then also require that somebody take a transfer, which could add to expense, so the trip could become more costly and less convenient, which is totally not what our transit development plan is trying to accomplish. So those are some of the considerations that I have.
And Mr. Manager, could you remind us all of the timeline for the update to our TDP so that we would know when we would basically respond and react to this, so we know what we're going to do with transit on the Pike?
Well, part of the proposals on the changes to the buses will be part of our operating budget conversation. We'll have an opportunity to address it there, and then more full update coming back to you on the transit development plan in the second quarter, either with coinciding with the CIP proposal or before that. I don't have the exact date.
So later this spring, basically, is what I just heard you say. Okay. And final question, Mr. Dorsey, you're obviously a great advocate for the citizens of Arlington with WMATA, but if there are citizens who are not pleased with this decision, is there ways for them to interact directly with the WMATA board or to let their views be known?
Oh, excellent question. Thank you, Vice Chair Gutschall. So anyone who's written into the board thus far, all of those comments have not only been absorbed by the 5 of us, but we're collating them all and we'll send them to WMATA as part of the official public engagement process, which begins in early February. Exact date eludes me at this point, but that will then be when this docket of proposed changes is open to customer feedback. So emails, communication can be then sent directly to WMATA so that it's a part of the public hearing. But also anything that has been sent to this point will also be forwarded along so that it is included as well. Thank you very much for bringing that up.
Absolutely. Thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Dorsey? Thank you for your service indeed. And that brings us to our manager's report. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few items to go over this afternoon. I wanted to start off with a story that's received a lot of attention over the last week, which had to do with an event right outside of this building on the tracks at the Courthouse Metro. And it was on Thursday, January 23rd, and I actually was looking out my window wondering what was going on, and it was at the height of rush hour between 5 and 5:20 p.m. when the Emergency Communication Center received some phone calls, and they dispatched police and fire to a report of a person on the tracks at the Courthouse Metro Station. Our police arrived at the scene immediately, quickly followed by fire, and what they found was a Metro rider who had fallen from the platform right into the tracks. And, what happened was she fell onto the tracks, and then fortunately for her, there's this 18-inch wide safe haven area under the platform, small area where you can, gain refuge. And she was conscious and alert. She was able somehow to roll herself across into that cove there. It's our understanding that she had some sort of a medical problem, whether it was a seizure or not, that caused her to fall off the platform. So our first responders, along with Metro Transit Police, the first thing that they did was, as you all know, never touch the third rail, was to shut down the third rail, which essentially stops all train movement. And since the train had come in, she was literally a couple of inches from the undercarriage of the train. And they talked to her, and she was able to remain calm, and our responders were able to get down and literally reached into that 3 or 4 inch space between the edge of the platform and the train car to hold her hand and assess her condition, and most importantly, convince her to not move. And once the third rail power was down, the fire department's technical rescue team, what they did is they crawled the length of the safe haven with a rescue basket and were able to eventually reach her and put her in that basket and bring her up to the front of the train and onto the platform. She then was immediately transported over to George Washington Medical Center, and it really, when you think about it, was incredibly amazing. She had some injuries, non-life-threatening, and she's doing well. As a matter of fact, I think yesterday or the day before, she called over to our first responders and gave them an update. And this is an example, I think, where our police and fire and the Metro Transit Police and WMATA did a lot of great work. I talked to the fire chief and police chief about this, about having the individuals involved come here and given shift issues, it wasn't particularly easy for them. And they both pointed out to me that they're glad that this turned out well, that it's got a lot of attention. And I don't want to sound corny about it, but they said there are things like this where first responders are putting themselves at peril a lot of the time. And though they absolutely want to give a shout out to the staff involved here, this is something that we are doing day in and day out. So with that, I just wanted to make sure people were aware of that. There have been a few media stories run on it, and it's certainly a proud moment for everybody involved.
Thank you very much. Yeah, can we applaud? We sure can, sure.
Next up, I wanted to call the Census 2020 team, the people wearing purple, to come up. And these are our staff members who work with the Complete Count Committee. And so you're all, when I call your name, what you do, you can either jump up and down or just raise your hand. That's your choice. Let's see, who should we start with? Who's more likely to jump up and down? Jerry Solomon? Akila Biddle?
Hello, yes.
Tori Ungodia? And Catherine Regenball? And we have Elizabeth Hardy? And over there, not on her scooter, but hopping about, is Bryna Helfer. And I'm going to turn it over to the team. I know Board Member Crystal went through some slides. We have a little bit of a different take on some things and an opportunity to highlight a few other points. So who am I turning it over to?
I think actually.
Want me to just say something?
Yeah, okay.
Is this thing on?
It's
that on?
It's on.
Okay, good. I have a little bit of a voice now.
Oh my God. She's been without a voice for 2 weeks. Amazing.
We just wanted to thank you all for your support, and especially Board Member Crystal for all of your support coming out to all the events. This is a fabulous team. I've never worked with a team like this in Arlington before. We are cross-departmental, and I'm going to turn it over to this fabulous staff and to talk about the work that they've been doing and what you can see in the coming months. Thank you.
Good afternoon. As you can see, we are now in our public education phase, and during this phase, we want to make sure that everybody in the county understands how important it is to participate in the 2020 census. The slide here shows a good graphic of how the money is distributed in Arlington County. Arlington County receives approximately $50 million annually in federal funding, and it goes to mostly the critical needs of Arlington County overall.
So I just wanted to highlight a few key milestone dates that are coming up, and Board Member Crystal has already mentioned a few of these, but on March 7th, we are having our Boots on the Ground event, which is going to be focused on outreach to businesses and multifamily buildings, as well as placing median signs around the county in high traffic areas to reach our hard-to-count populations. March 12th to 20th, households will receive invitations to take the census online or by phone. Those will come in the mail, and they'll be able to respond in 12 languages and get assistance from 59 different language guides. April 1st is Census Day, and we're encouraging employees in Arlington County and businesses across the county to take a break during their workday and be counted. In March through April, we'll have census count parties across the county in libraries, community centers, and partner locations. In mid-April, households that haven't responded yet will receive their paper version. And finally, in May, if they don't fill out that paper version online or by phone, they'll be visited in their household by a census enumerator.
Okay. There are many groups in Arlington which are considered hard to count. Young children, people with limited English, immigrants, millennials, and renters, just to name a few. 40% of Arlington is considered hard to count, so we need to make sure that everyone is supported and that they know that their participation matters. It's also important that everyone knows that they count where they live, regardless of the makeup of the household, where they are originally from, what language they speak, or how old they are. Everyone counts.
My grandma always says everyone counts, and everyone who lives with us is special. Like my aunt, who took me on my first bus ride to the library, or my older cousin, who walked me to my first day of school, even my mom's friend and her baby who live with us.
The census informs funding for schools, roads, healthcare, and more. So count everyone in your home, including all children on the 2020 census. It's your chance to help them for the next 10 years. You can respond online, by phone, or by mail. Shape your future. Start here. Learn more at 2020census.gov.
So we're really excited about all the partnerships that we've made throughout these efforts. Board Member Crystal, you've been able to work with Encore Learning. Board Member DeFerranti, you joined us last week as we partnered with Volunteer Arlington during the MLK Day of Service, where we had the opportunity to distribute 250 flyers to businesses across the county. We're also working with APS and Communities in Schools to implement the Statistics in Schools programs into classrooms. We are also working with the League of Women Voters as they're building awareness during their voter registration efforts. And AFAC is helping build awareness with customers and working with us to plan count parties throughout March and April. So these are just a few of the partnerships that we've been able to see and we'd really like to highlight. Next slide. Oh no. Okay, well, hopefully that comes up soon. But the countdown continues. We have 45 days before invitations arrive in everyone's mailboxes. So we'd really just like to take this opportunity to thank you all so much for the work that you've been doing with us to ensure that everyone is counted and that everyone counts. And we have an awesome video for you that you can see on our website if we don't put up here.
It's a teaser, that's all right.
No, and I'm glad you're not able to show it, but it was a video of Devanshi Patel and Mark Schwartz doing a rap on the 2020 census, and I'm sorry we're unable to pull it up.
We have to get that up. We do.
And I warned Brian if she brought it up, so.
Okay, no, we absolutely want to do that. I mean,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
if it's going to take a while, we can do the equity and come back. But I want to, okay, why don't we do your equity report, and then we'll come back to this. Don't go away. Don't go away.
Thank you.
And here comes some help here, technical help.
Oh.
All right, Mr. Schwartz.
Okay, so just a couple of things as the team sits down. You know, the team we have here and there are other people who are assisting, these are other duties as assigned. So it's everybody has a full-time job in our departments and they work really, really hard on that. And this is for them. They've signed up because they believe passionately in making sure that everybody's included. And we talk about Arlington being a diverse and inclusive community. We need to make sure everybody participates in the census. A little bit more about April 1st, where we're going to have Take a Break. I'm going to let all county employees take a break between 11 and 1. Now, they may have already taken the census, but you know, they can just take the 2 hours, and it's April Fool's Day. They can go out and have some fun. But I'm also going to be challenging all the businesses in the community to allow the same thing for their employees. And I'm giving some thought, though I haven't decided, that perhaps we might want to challenge Alexandria to a response rate challenge and see if we can beat them, because I know that we have partnered very closely with Alexandria, and this would be another opportunity for us to partner with them and perhaps beat them. So we will see.
I like that idea.
So next up on the agenda is racial equity. As you know, each month for the last 3 months, we've had members of the government and Government Alliance on Racial Equity come part of our cohort and report to the county board. This month, we're taking a pass because the cohort has not had a session. And I'm following up with a response as to what has happened in the last month more generally. The cohort's going to meet again on this coming Thursday. So they're looking at deeper dive into topics on transportation, public safety, community development, and governance. And they're in the process of developing what we're going to call a racial equity toolkit and look at a pilot project that they want to focus on for implementation. And they'll be back next month with an update on that. And the Government Alliance on Racial Equity is going to be making a presentation to the county's extended management team, which is essentially department directors and senior staff, number around between 100 and 200 people. And we're going to have a training session for them in February. We're going to be standing up a web page where staff and the public can connect and get information. And we continue to have some very tough conversations. People or have to get their head wrapped around that this is not something that we're just going to do in a week or a month. We have a long way to go, and it's a conversation about values, which can prove to be difficult for staff that are very focused on producing immediate results. So, Bryna, have you? Yes, unfortunately.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
Be counted. Be counted.
Everyone counts.
Everyone counts.
Todos contamos.
Everyone counts.
Counted.
Everyone counts.
Woo!
Pictures in front of the Be Counted mobile anytime in the garage.
Right, so we're available if anybody wants to join that video. Thank you very much. I talked a little bit about racial equity, and the last item I wanted to focus on, I see that June O'Connell is here, and she came up to public comment on Saturday asking a question about the status of leasing up the committed affordable units at the Gables residential property down on Arlington Boulevard. And so here we go. Here are the details. There are 39 committed affordable units. All of them have been leased. So 37 people have moved in. 2 are not yet moved in. Someone's moving in Friday to unit 38, and then on February 7th to unit 39. And the move-ins began on September 11th. And a little bit about the application process. We received 72 applications that sort of made it through some of the qualification criteria. And so we had obviously more applicants who were qualified than places for them to go. We have started advertising that in June of this past year. We provided a very broad announcement that went to outside organizations and also to county staff and school staff. And we have, of the 39 units, just so people know, 19 one-bedroom units and 22 bedroom units. Just as a side note, because one of the pieces we have focused on our Housing Arlington initiative is housing for county and school employees. It turns out that 2 of those units, one is going to be occupied by a county employee and the other by a school employee, which is good. And we have spent a lot of time with the Gables, making sure they understood what the requirements were. And they have a complete occupancy report that they've submitted to us that verify incomes, households, and all those types of material. And we will keep you apprised if anything changes. So that is my update. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And if not, that concludes my report.
Thank you. I think some board members do have some questions. I bet Ms. O'Connell does, although we might not take those right now. Yes, Ms. Crystal.
I really appreciate that update. Mr. Manager, I actually realized I wasn't sure of the standard process. You mentioned we received the application. So did our housing staff manage the application process?
Yeah, so what happens is, this is my understanding, and if Samia Bird wants to add anything to this, which is that we reviewed the applications that were received by, I think it's called Gables Residential is the name of the entity. So they have them, they did sort of the work through it, and we checked and verified that they met the criteria of the program.
Got it. And is that standard practice for on-site CAFs when you don't have a nonprofit managing that application process?
Yes, that's typically standard process for us.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Gottschall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd actually like to go back and revisit the census information. So perhaps our very fresh manager, Little Mark, would be willing to let me know. I knew Katie would like that. It's Lil, L-I-L apostrophe, Lil Mark. Right, exactly. Right. I really like your suggestion about sort of a friendly competition with Alexandria. Have we thought about rather within Arlington, neighborhood civic associations, whether or not we could get some kind of competitive juices flowing?
So 2 thoughts about that, and then I'm going to turn it over to the team because they know a lot more about it than I do, which is that our partner program, where we're trying to get partners to sign up, is meant to begin a little bit of a sense of competition. Not all civic associations have signed up, so we are making that public, and we're encouraging all civic associations and groups to sign up. The other piece is when it comes to how response rate data is collected. I am not sure that we're going to be able to break down response rate data to the neighborhood level, and I know Elizabeth will know the details on that as a competition, but I know we do get updates on the countywide level, and Elizabeth, if you want to speak to that.
Right, so you're exactly right. Unfortunately, census geographies don't align very nicely to the civic association, so it would be difficult to do a friendly challenge with civic associations. We could do it probably by census tract, which would cross several civic associations in many cases, but we can explore that if that's an avenue you guys want to pursue.
I think it would be fun to explore. I mean, I get the point, but it's more about when you generate a sense of competition, that's where I think you're going to get folks, posting on Nextdoor and actually a buzz around it. And in particular, if there was some kind of very, very modest, but beyond bragging rights, a little bit of a prize to go with it,
Perhaps dinner with the county board?
Sure. I'm happy to do that.
A new rap.
Yeah.
Personalized rap from Mark Schwartz, I think that's a great one. All right.
But whatever you guys can get creative and think of, I would certainly support it. Thank you.
And there's no greater group of creative people, and I'm sure that they will have thought of 50 more permutations by tomorrow at 9 a.m. So we'll get back to you on that.
That's great.
That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. And then I was remiss because we had one more, actually it's under the General Assembly legislative session kind of rubric, but Mr. Dorsey was down testifying on a very significant piece of legislation, was going to report to us on that. And I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a supplement to Mr. Gutschall's report on the state of play, the transit occupancy tax effort to eliminate the sunset on our TOT increment provision. As you all know, Senator Howell, who is chair of the Finance and Appropriations Committee, has sponsored legislation to do that in the Senate. I went down to testify to her committee where they wonderfully passed that out 16-0, a unanimous vote that included a number of Republican senators. When the bill then went to the full Senate, it passed out of the Senate 31-9, critically above the 2/3 threshold that's required for special legislation, since this one is a bill that only affects Arlington. Over on the House side, Delegate Hope is carrying HB 62, which passed out of the House Finance Committee 15-7, a little bit uncomfortable in terms of the closeness of that vote. It was scheduled to then be voted on in the House today, but it was passed by for the day and is scheduled to be taken up tomorrow. So we do have a little bit of concern at the closeness of the vote in the House committee, and we'll see how that translates to the House floor. So I don't think our alarm should be raised as of yet. We're still, at least with all votes that have been taken, above the 2/3 required in order to pass this, but we certainly want to make sure that the House, when they consider it, that the noes are minimized.
Thank you. It's very significant for us, and I really appreciate the time you took to go down and testify, Mr. Dorsey, because I think it's well worth it, but it's not easy to do. Thank you. All right. Anything else for the moment? I think not. That gets us to going into closed meeting, and I have a very long motion to get us into closed meeting, so stay with me, colleagues. I would like to make the following motion. I move that the County Board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2, 3711A1, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 19 for the following purposes. A personnel matter concerning candidates for appointment by the County Board. 2 matters involving the acquisition of real property for public purposes, and 1 matter involving the disposition of publicly held real property where, if discussed in an open meeting, the board's negotiating strategy and bargaining position would be adversely affected. 1 matter relating to cybersecurity plans for county information technology systems where discussion in public would jeopardize the security of those systems. 1 matter concerning the negotiation of the terms and conditions of an agreement with Arlington Independent Media requiring the investment of public funds where discussion in public would adversely affect the county's financial interest. Consultation with the county attorney and necessary staff concerning enforcement of the terms of a site plan condition for the provision of affordable housing dwelling units at the Odyssey condominium. consultation with the county attorney and necessary staff concerning a settlement and release with ABM Industries Incorporated and others for claims brought by the county against them, and consultation with the county attorney and necessary staff concerning the legal bases for the county's phased development site plans and the properties that are eligible to file applications for them. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Thank you. We're in closed session.
Katie. You guys are gonna go back into closed session. Did you hear that? Okay.
It's fine.
Were you in there?
Back there? Yeah.
Were you in the
was.
kitchen just?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Get my cookie.
I didn't see you. Sorry.
No offense taken.
Sorry, everybody, we had a little bit of a change here, so I am going to take us back into closed meeting and add one matter that we need to talk about. So I move that the county board go now back into closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.23711A18 for the purpose of discussing one matter with our county attorney and staff concerning terms of an agreement with Dominion on solar power. Is there a second? Second, okay, we're going to go back into closed meeting. Sorry, yeah. All in favor? All in favor, sorry. Aye. Yep, now we're going to go back, and we'll be back out. I don't know how long this is going to take us, I'm sorry. We just got some new information that we need to discuss. We ready? Yep. All right. The board is back in session. And I need to do a little bit of administrative business here. I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Garvey,
Aye.
Mr. Gutschall,
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti,
Aye.
Ms. Crystal,
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. And we did a number of appointments earlier today, and we have one more that we need to make now, which I will ask for. I will move that we appoint Zakiya Worthy to the Arlington Community Access Corporation, Arlington Independent Media, known as AIM, Board of Directors for a term ending January 31st, 2023. No second is required. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you, Zakiya, wherever you are. Appreciate your help. All right. And that gets us to, I believe, our consent items that were removed from our agenda on Saturday. Madam Clerk, do we have speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair, our first speaker is Jim Harris, followed by Audrey Clement.
Item 17, approval of a new daycare facility for up to 50 children at 76 North Glebe Road. This consent agenda item seeks to approve a new child care facility of up to 50 children on Glebe Road, New Route 50. Glebe Road is already congested in this area. Several parcels in the area are scheduled for infill redevelopment, like the former American Red Cross chapter. It's unknown how many families who will use this daycare facility will be Arlington residents. Same with other daycare you impose on other neighborhoods. Meeting after meeting, Ms. Crystal. Arlington's residential and commercial neighborhoods were never planned for constant new urbanism, repurposing and repurposing to accommodate more density, vehicles, vehicle trips, residents, and activities. This repurposing is more urbanist, fire aim ready, parties over here in Arlington, planning by urbanism-addicted county government. Agreements are reached with a constituency, passed on to county staff for facilitation, rubber stamp approved by citizen advisory groups, then placed on your consent agenda, like tonight. Given this tiny county's projected population growth this decade, 30,000 residents, the lack of comprehensive planning is irrational, irresponsible, and unacceptable. Item 29, approval of an additional $200 speeding fine zones. I attended the Transportation Commission meeting where this was debated. I aligned myself with comments by Commissioner Clement and Commissioner Lentelme opposing this ordinance. What this insipid ordinance would do is make many of Arlington's downhill streets and roads into speed traps. Speed traps for motor vehicles exceeding the speed limit by even 5 miles per hour. For example, 35 in a 30 on South Walter Reed Drive between Fire Station 9 and 4 Mile Run Drive. While everything from red light cameras to radar are being used to discourage motorists from ignoring traffic ordinances, reckless, unlicensed, uninsured, unhelmeted e-scooter riders and bicyclists can ride any way they like on Arlington streets, sidewalks, trails, and plazas. Again, if I am injured in a public place in Arlington, it won't be by someone with a firearm, but by a free-range bicycle or scooter rider. Thank you, Ms. Garvey.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Next speaker?
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by AJ Gupta.
Welcome, members of the board, the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement, speaking on my own behalf as a non-car diet commuter, not on behalf of the Arlington Transportation Commission, of which I am a member. And incidentally, I did not oppose this measure. I abstained for want of information to make an informed decision. This item was heard at the January 9th Transportation Commission meeting. While there was considerable discussion of the merits of penalizing excessive speeds, there was no attention given to the actual criteria for designating speed traps. The staff report defines the types of road segments that could qualify as speed traps and indicates that it will evaluate existing traffic data, police reports, and citizen complaints in targeting, quote, residential streets that carry relatively higher traffic volumes and have documented speeding issues, end of quote. But nowhere is a documented speeding issue defined. When I asked a question about how the county determines a speed zone, county staff said this information is available elsewhere in Section 14.2 of County Code. I couldn't find it there, and I shouldn't have to. Basic information about a proposed regulation should be in the ordinance itself or in a document linked to it. Accepting at face value the information or lack thereof provided by planning staff is referred to in public policy literature as staff-driven decision-making. Staff-driven boards and commissions ill-serve the public interest since an uninformed decision is generally a poor one. The fault lies not with staff, but with the decision makers who fail to solicit the information they need to make intelligent decisions. I recommend the county board require language inserted into this ordinance that stipulates what constitutes a speed zone. Otherwise, it will lend itself to abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement.
Our final speaker is A.J. Gupta.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
I am next to this daycare facility, and it is a commercial building which I owned for many, many years. And problem I have about 3 concerns about this daycare. One of the thing is, one of my tenant, he mixes chemicals in the morning, and his business is mosquito shields. And he mixes that in the parking lot, which is going to be next to this daycare facility. If any hazards or chemical hazards affects the kids, I should not be responsible for it. The Alexandra or the county should be responsible for it in case the chemical is spilled and in the parking lot, and there is the consequences. That's a very, very big risk, and I want to bring it to the attention of the board so that this should not be allowed. Second item is parking. There is hardly any parking, and I have an exit way from my parking lot, and it is sometimes the people who are dropping the kids, they are blocking the parking lots. So it is a potential, can be accidents or a negligence from the drivers. So I don't think it's a good idea to allow this use. And the third thing is that this is an office building, and there will be a noise from the kids which might disturb my tenants. So those are my concerns, and if such a use is allowed, the county and Alexandra should be held responsible for the risk.
Hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's our final speaker?
Yes.
All right, would you like to call our first item, please?
Item number 17, U-3571-191, use permit for the St. Thomas More Cathedral School for a child care center for up to 50 children located at 76 North Glebe Road.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anika Chowdhury is here for a brief verbal presentation on item 17.
Good evening. This is a new use permit for St. Thomas More Cathedral School, a child care center for up to 50 children located at 76 North Glebe Road. The Cathedral School is an existing private school that teaches pre-K to 8th grade students within a building located along Cathedral Lane and North Thomas Street. The applicant is proposing to move the pre-K portion of the schools from the main building into the existing church-owned building on North Glebe Road. There is adequate parking available on site to accommodate both staff and off-street parent pickup and drop-off. And so therefore, we are recommending approval with a one-year county board review.
Thank you. And I don't believe we have any commissions. No? And does the applicant, would you like to speak? Is the applicant here? Yes.
Chair Garvey and members of the board, my name is Andrew Painter with the law firm of Walsh Colucci, speaking tonight on behalf of the Catholic Diocese. Joining me this evening is Anne Marie McKinnon, who is the planning manager with the Catholic Diocese, as well as Catherine Davis, who is the interim principal at St. Thomas More Preschool, St. Thomas More Cathedral School. You know, this is a neighborhood institution that's been around since the early 1940s. The cathedral was built in 1942, the school in 1944, and then the planning division granted an approval, administrative approval for the original childcare use back in 1947. Even though this is technically a new permit use or new use permit for the relocation of the childcare center, it really is, as Ms. Chowdhury said, just relocating an existing use that's that's already in existence, been there for 72 years in the school, to a new 4,000 square foot building that's at the northeastern corner of the site. To answer a question that Mr. Hurst posed as far as traffic generation, we have included in the staff report sort of a preliminary circulation plan that shows that drop-offs and pickups for this use would occur on site, on the campus property. Everyone would continue exiting off of Cathedral Lane and entering off of Cathedral Lane for this particular use, and not using Glebe Road as the primary access point. But by relocating this use in the new facility, it does allow more age-specific programming to occur. And as your staff report notes, there should be no adverse health or transportation impacts to the surrounding communities. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right, I think the conversation is now with the board. Colleagues, questions, comments?
Be happy to.
All right, Mr. Gutschall, start with my vice chair.
I actually just wanted to follow up on the testimony, if I understood it correctly from our last speaker, Mr. Gupta. Did I understand you to say that it's your understanding that there is a nearby tenant who's mixing chemicals in the parking lot?
It's the next item.
That's the next item, okay. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. We'll get to it then. We have 2 childcare items that have been pulled, so.
Don't go anywhere.
Yeah. All right. Mr. Dorsey.
Madam Chair, I was just going to put a motion on the table.
Please do.
It's in order. I make a motion that the county board approve the subject use permit for a new child care center for up to 50 children, subject to the proposed conditions of the staff report and with the county review in 1 year. And this is item number 17 in our monthly agenda packet.
Thank you. Second? Second. Thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. Do we have any further discussion? A few comments? Would you like to speak to your motion?
I'll
Please
speak
do.
to it very briefly. So, given that the use in this building before was an entertainment use, and that this is not providing a substantial net new increase in the number of childcare slots in the adjacent area, all of the impacts that are feared are not going to really materialize here. In fact, probably with the new use for the building and the new plan for off-site pickup and drop-off, this is probably going to be an ameliorant to the neighborhood as opposed to an irritant. So I'm happy to support this use permit.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal.
Just want to thank the applicant and glad that you're here to go forward and look forward to seeing you succeed in providing this much needed service to the area.
Absolutely. All right. I think we are all ready. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We're good to go. Ms. McKinnon, thank you for coming in as well. Thank you both for coming in. Good to see you. All right. I think that brings us to our next item. Would you call the next item, please?
Item 18, U 3572-19-1, use permit for a family daycare for up to 12 children, Ladybug Family Daycare, located at 4834 22nd Road North.
All right. Thank you. I'm guessing Ms. Chowdhury is on again.
Yes, she is.
Okay, great.
Yes, so thank you. This is a new use permit as was mentioned, for Ladybug Family Daycare, a family daycare home for up to 12 children located at 4834 22nd Road North. The applicant was previously approved for a use permit in 2014 for up to 9 children and is now proposing to expand their operation. They occupy the first floor of the dwelling, and there is sufficient parking to accommodate the increased capacity. There are no issues from staff, and so therefore we are recommending a one-year county board review.
All right, that's great. Would the applicant like to speak to?
Yes,
Sure.
Actually, I'm very surprised.
There's a button to push to, there's a red light. You're good, you're on.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for letting me speak. I'm actually very surprised about all the complaints that I just heard, and I would like to respond, although I wasn't prepared and I wasn't exactly sure why is this complaint for. So starting with the first one, mixing chemicals on the property next door. I mean, that is actually a concern to me right now. Daycare, expanding daycare from 9 to 12 shouldn't be concerned to my neighbor. I'm actually concerned right now that there's chemicals being mixed on the property next door that are harmful regardless of who is on the property. Even I didn't have that daycare expanding to 12. I still live there, and there's other community members that should definitely hear about it more, because that is definitely a concern. So expanding my daycare shouldn't be concerned to my neighbor. It's the opposite. And I think I'm just going to file a complaint about that. So that's one thing. Parking, it's not an issue. It's never been an issue for my daycare. Parking in the daycares is only used for drop-offs and pickups. It takes about half an hour in the morning from 7:30 to 8, and about an hour in the afternoon from 5 to 6 o'clock. In addition to that, I actually have a concern about my neighbors who block parking lots all the time, park their huge trucks overnight, that company Mosquito Shield, 4 or 5 trucks that park on the property next door overnight using the parking spots that belong to, community members. So I'm concerned about that. And the third concern of Mr. Gupta, the noise. I mean, I've been running this daycare since 2013, no complaints, nothing, serving communities and people in need. So noise of children playing in the backyard, it's not really a reasonable concern.
Thank you. Yes, do you have something to say too? Yes. Yep, you're on now.
Sorry, yes, I do.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, my name is Austin. I'm a client of Ms. Razabi's, and my son has attended her daycare for a long time. So Mr. Gupta's building is not just surrounded by homes. It's actually next to Lee Highway and adjacent to restaurants. It's literally across the street from a McDonald's. So I guess our question would be, is what's been said here tonight, is that sufficient for for the county, I guess, to trigger sort of an investigation into the activities on his property if they're mixing chemicals?
You're asking about the chemicals? That I will have to ask our manager and our lawyer, and I'm about to do that once we finish here. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
We appreciate. We just wanted to know what the mechanism was for that, and whether we had to do something else, or whether the.
I don't think it's on you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
I'll make that. I'm not a lawyer, but that's my guess. Mr. Manager, would you like to comment on that?
Certainly, any concerns that residents have about public health issues, they should contact us, and the public health director has a set of standards that he uses to evaluate and investigate potential hazards to the public health. I'm going to leave it at that because I'm not completely familiar with the criteria, but we would be happy to follow up.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll put it on next door and let the neighborhood know.
Actually, the conversation is with the board. Ms. Crystal.
Right, before you do that, right, to avoid the widespread spreading of information one way or another, I'm less thinking about the public health and more that just, it would seem that mixing hazardous materials in the parking lot is probably a violation of our fire code or other use permits. So maybe this is a question as well to ask our.
I mean, I think typical, something like this, Dr. Varghese would consult with when he sends somebody out there, would consult with the fire department, and so it actually could be more than that, maybe other departments involved. So we will bring the full panoply of county eyes on this issue.
Right, thank you. I'd like to make a motion.
I was going to invite you to do that. Please do. Thank you.
I'd like to move that we approve the use permit for a family daycare home for up to 12 children, subject to the site, Ladybug Family Daycare, subject to the proposed conditions of the staff report and with a county review in 1 year, January 2021.
Thank you. I have motion's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, just wanted to thank Ms. Rizzavi for coming in. I know you've been operating, as you mentioned, for quite a number of years, and if I recall, actually, there was an effort to expand that was not met with success, so I'm glad you're able to expand, at least in this regard, in your current location. Mr. Gupta, I appreciate you coming in, but I do think, as you've heard maybe some concerns from us and from your neighbors, that the issue may in fact be whether that use of your tenant mixing hazardous materials in the parking lot is appropriate by our building codes, fire codes, and health codes. So thank you.
Who allowed you?
So,
You are the guy who allowed it. It's not me allowed.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gupta, we'll follow up. We may not be the guy who allows them anymore. Thank you.
yeah, that's fine. We're going to follow up. It's fine. Anything else, Ms. Crystal? Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I'll just say briefly, I'm happy to support this motion. Ms. Rizzavi, congratulations on operating a successful childcare business. I'm glad that you have an opportunity to have the business expand to reach 12, and it seems like everything that we would care to look for in terms of a use permit, whether or not the site can accommodate the increased volume of parents for pickup and drop-off, you've got it. You've got appropriate play spaces. It looks like a wonderful environment for children to be nurtured in, so we congratulate you for it. From every lever that we need to pull when considering a use permit, you meet it. Those other issues that have been brought up, as has been noted, we will duly look into it to make sure we have a harmonious community, but this one is the public policy no-brainer. I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. I'll second the comments of the two colleagues to my right. Anything else? Are we good to vote? All right. All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Yeah. Madam Clerk, would you call the next item, please?
Item 29, an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 4.2 of the Code of Arlington County, Virginia, to amend Section 14.2-12 to include a $200 additional speeding fine zone on applicable road segments in compliance with Virginia Code Section 46.2-8878.2.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Manager, do you want to introduce?
Yes, Madam Chair. With me to make a presentation is Hui Huang, assisted by Valerie Lee down here, and we have Dennis Leach also available to answer questions. Ms. Huang?
Hi.
This item is about the proposed $200 additional speeding fine in residential area with a documented speeding problem in certain type of roads. So let me start with, this is a Virginia code, Code 46.2-878.2, that has been in existence since 1997. And VDOT, Virginia Department of Transportation, as well as other jurisdictions who manage their own roads, for example, Falls Church and Henrico County, who also manage their own roads, they all have adopted this code to enforce compliance to speed limit. And I want to give a little bit background of why we need speed limit and what does that tell us. So when you don't have a speed limit, drivers gauge how fast they can go based on how the road looks like. So if they see the road being wide and open, they happen to not see a pedestrian coming, they turn to speed up. But the thing is, in an urban environment, which you can't purposely curve your road to give them that cue through the road geometry, you need something else to cue the driver in to say, hello, take a look, there are things coming. Arlington happened to be a community where there are a lot of conflicts that's happening in the road. We have pedestrians, we have cyclists, we have children walking to school program. We just have a lot going on. And with that, if we solely depend on driver to make the right decision on how fast they go, it's going to be pretty dangerous. That's where you put in speed limit. And I try to tell people, it's not for when your commute is all congested. It's for when you see the road free and you have the tendency to push on the gas pedal and go. We want the drivers to pay more attention to the road condition, and also we have parking on street. The pedestrian, they're coming out from corners that sometimes if you go faster than the speed limit, you may not be able to react quickly. That's why we have speed limit, and that's why it's important to comply with those. And as an additional tool to help improve safety, which is a high priority item identified by the board through our Vision Zero policy adoption. Actually, I have the name tag here. I was at a Vision Zero community outreach tonight. It's still ongoing. If you have time, go there. We're still going. Washington Liberty High School. So we have very good community turnout, and people are talking about it. And I actually tell them about this item. They're like, yeah, we've been waiting for that. What are you waiting for? So I would convey the community, and we have supporting letter from, some of the civic association. We also have verbal support from other civic association to say, we've been waiting for this. In terms of talking about, are we setting up something new to try to capture people? We have a few slides here, just give you a context of what's going on. The first one's in Fairfax County. And you can see VDOT actually put this type of restriction on both 35 and 25 miles per hour roads. VDOT rule is not to go above 35 because usually those roads start to have a different character. And then if we go to the next slide, this is Fourth Church. And this is the piece of Route 7 running into 7 Corner. It's called East Broad Street. And Fourth Church has a different sign type. They have more words on that, but it's the same program. So if a driver is commuting through Arlington, they probably have run into these sections. They probably have followed the rules already. And we want them to know Arlington at least pay the same attention and even more attention to safety than our neighboring jurisdiction.
Thank you. All right. I know we heard from our Transportation Commission, but I don't think they're here to speak today. And they were in favor of this. So I think the conversation is now, no, it is not with the board. We take speakers. Are there any speakers?
Oh, it is
Oh, it was consent. Excuse me. This was still consent. Thank you for reminding me. No speakers. Conversations with the board. Any thoughts?
Question, but Mr. DeFerranti was first, but I have some
Mr.
questions.
DeFerranti? Yep.
Sure. Just one question. I just want to confirm, with the $200 fine, I think it's correct under the Code of Virginia that you can, if you would prefer not to pay the $200 fine, you can do 20 hours community service?
Correct.
Got it. So that is an alternative for those who couldn't afford, and that would be part of our regular community service program through our judicial or through our system.
Correct. That is identified in the code.
Great. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. And Mr. Dorsey.
So, and I just want to make sure that I heard correctly, that is at the option of the offender?
That is at the judge's.
I think it's the judge.
Determination.
Judge's discretion. So I think
Yes.
that's a key distinction that we want to bring up. It is not up to the offender to choose how they satisfy the fine. It's up to a judge. So, which I think makes your question very important. But I had some other questions. So the first, Falls Churches program, which I'm familiar with, and I won't say why, but I've long been familiar with the success of their program. And it appears to me that one of the things that makes it successful is not just the presence of the sign, and that visual exhibit, very difficult to read. And I can't imagine it's safe to really process that while you're traveling on the road. It seems like their success comes from officers who were very willing to flag you down if you exceed it. So my question becomes, inspired by some of the comments that we've heard from people tonight, in order for this not to become a speed trap and viewed as a revenue grab, and really to promote the whole idea of Vision Zero, that we get compliance, and that's really what we want here, how would we envision notifying the world where we're installing these if we actually authorize this action tonight? Because I would think that it would be prudent to make sure we make people well aware of how we're treating certain segments of our roadway so as not to be guilty of instituting speed traps.
Yeah, both DES and the police will push out information, communication items through all channels of communication that we have. We have listserv, we have Arlington News, we have, the county news, and so we have multiple ways of reaching out to the community. As a matter of fact, we're also bringing that into the Vision Zero coordination. So we have the external stakeholder group where we can ask them to help us message this out. And at the early stage, when we do the first implementation, we're also going to coordinate with the police on how they put that on the ticket. There may be a short educational period to give people some of the advance notice. Okay. We are not looking, this is not in plan at all to get revenue or trap people. Our goal is no one break the rule, and we get nothing out of that enforcement. Our goal is people actually behave better on street, drive slower, change their mindset of how they travel through Arlington.
Yep. I would just add, because it really, again, dovetails very nicely with the initiative that's moving forward with Vision Zero, higher speed crashes equals injuries and potentially fatalities. So by bringing speeds down on our residential arterials is a really important initiative to keeping all of our residents, workers, and visitors safe. And I will also mention for the board that most of our schools are on these streets.
Good point. Thank you.
Right. And that actually is, if I could have a follow-up question, it's tough for me to actually navigate our motor vehicle code. I think Ms. Clement's right. So in the hierarchy of areas that are eligible for these enhanced fines, where does the residential street fall? And specifically, I'm talking about school zones. If the school zone weren't on one of these designated residential streets, is that enhanced fine up to 150, or is it higher?
School zone has a specific code with if you violate the school zone speed limit up to 150. So I believe that one is already adopted. Right. This is not the same one. This is about speeding in residential, right, arterial, minor arterial, and neighborhood principal roads.
So in effect, though, this just provides, just so I understand, this is an even, the Commonwealth authorizes us to do an enhanced fine on these areas at a rate greater than if it was a school zone not on one of these. It's very interesting. I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
Surely go by the number.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I think that probably the upshot is that we need to make it clear to our residents what rules apply where, but the governing and enabling authorities are a little bizarre. Hopefully won't affect everyone's ability to slow down and focus on tools like these. So I think for some of the reasons that have been detailed, right, this is potentially a measure that will help save lives, right, which is the exact point of Vision Zero. As others have raised, though, I want to explore a little more about the equity piece. I mean, I think it is certainly the case that a fine of this magnitude is going to be really regressive. There are going to be some people for whom, that's no more burdensome than the morning cup of coffee, and may or may not, affect their calculation. And there'll be others for whom that, means a missed electrical payment. So, or electricity payment. I'm sort of interested maybe to see if we can explore a little more, because I know the Transportation Commission talked about this too, and they're not present, unfortunately. But as you all put this together or looked at other jurisdictions, was there ever any consideration, for example, of amending our code such that it is just community service rather than community service or $200 at the judge's discretion? Were there other examples that you saw from other communities or conversations staff had during the engagement to sort of wrestle with this idea of really wanting to balance safety on one hand but be equitable on the other?
I do not have knowledge over how the judge determine fine or alternative penalty. So that I would defer to more knowledgeable.
Could we make the penalty just community service?
No, I think
okay.
It's the enabling authority requires that the fine be $200. The statutory language about the community services really directed at the judge, because it says you may not suspend any portion of the fine unless you replace it with 20 hours of community service.
Okay.
So that's not within your authority to suspend the monetary fine.
Okay, so that explains why we didn't analyze that as an alternative. Well, I think, you know, for my part, I hope, I know the Transportation Commission in their letter to us made the point that the impacts of traffic fatalities are often themselves inequitable, and to avoid a tool, because it could in fact be regressive, that could help us actually deal with that is probably the greater point. And that's what carries the day for me. But, you know, I hope this is something that we'll continue to bear in mind, because the impacts here for committing the same sin or the same violation could fall really differently on different members.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. That's probably the case with all kinds of fines. Yeah. Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually wanted to return to what I think we all agree is the primary goal here is to elicit compliance from drivers, right? We want people to slow down. We want the roads to be safer. We want less casualties, injuries, and fatalities when there are accidents. And so along that lines, and this, I think Mr. Dorsey actually began to sort of scratch at this in terms of the, I think what you get from Falls Church, I think it has less to do with this, you know, these, and I hope, by the way, that we'll use the plainer language signage.
Yes.
But I think it has less to do with the signage in Falls Church and the fact that I know certainly in the times I've been through Falls Church, in particular on Broad Street, you see the police there and they're pulling people over. And so I think it becomes, people get this idea of, if I speed through Falls Church, my chance of getting caught is pretty high. Even if it feels like I could speed, I probably don't want to if I care about whether it's an additional $200. I think most people don't like to get tickets. It's not really about the cost anyway. It's actually, it's a drag, right? It's a bummer to get pulled over. It ruins your whole day. And it's also, I mean, for me personally, I haven't actually had a ticket in quite a long time. But I hope so.
You are.
You're a safe driver. Besides, you ride your bike a lot of the time.
I do ride my bike, but
And
I
you
try
ride
to
your
be
bike
a safe
safely.
driver. My family may disagree, but I don't want to put myself on report here. The main point that I wanted to get to is whether or not, because you hear anecdotally, well, the police allow a 5 to 10 mile per hour grace over the posted speed limit. Is that true in Arlington? And if it is that something that, and this is maybe a question for the manager, is that something that the board has any control over? Is that a policy? And is that something that we would explore as part of the Vision Zero framework?
It is not a policy, so I'll leave it at that. I think officers will often use their discretion, given a number of circumstances, to determine when they want to pull somebody over. I know sometimes they're faced with a situation where they have a couple of vehicles going by, and one might be going 4 miles over the limit, one might be going 8 miles over the limit, and they only get to choose one, so that happens.
Sure. But is this something that we expect to be discussed as part of Vision Zero? This phenomenon, just the general sense of like there's a grace.
I'll just say that I think they ought to obey the speed limit. That's it. Just saying.
Well, I would agree with that. In particular, I think if we identify these stretches of roads that we know are problematic, I would like to think that we could ask our chief of police to instruct his officers that on these stretches of road, there is no grace. If the speed limit is 30, 32, is ticketable. And I realize that they worry about that. Then they go into court and judges have some sympathy and all that. So that would also be reasons why this would be worthy of discussion, perhaps in the Vision Zero effort, so we can get to the bottom of what's driving this phenomenon and make sure that we do it in a responsible way, that we're not hamstringing the police officers, but that we're also not inadvertently creating this sense of where you have 5 extra miles over the limit to play with.
Well, thank you for that input. As what I told the Vision Zero engagement participants, we are in the process. We also are collecting input and feedback. So if there are items that we feel like as a community we need to talk about and discuss and see what we need to do moving forward, we sure will add that to the bag.
Well, you can count me, and it sounds like our chair are in a
I'll
similar
talk in a minute. Well, yeah, we need to
position.
follow. Yeah, I'm going to conclude a little bit, and I will touch on that.
Thank you, Ms. Wang. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. Mr. DeFranti.
Just a quick question that's kind of raised by Mr. Dorsey's comments. I just noticed the implementation in the staff report. Are you thinking that we would do a large number of streets at one time, the processes, or would you do each one by one, or would you do a chunk together, and then as there was additional need, you would go through the process that you've identified in the staff report?
Well, we will follow closely of what we specified. So what we will do is we'll first look into our data history and see in the past 5 years, do we have any location where we already have a documented speeding issue and the road type actually fit into the category? And based on the staff resource, yes, we will do one segment at a time. We actually don't have multiple team going out. We have a relatively small staff base. So we will do one location at a time. There are locations that's already having speeding issue. We've already done some other treatment, but may still have problem. And then there are locations that may be brought up in the future. And as actually the traffic team, we have the communication, the customer service and communication C3. So we actually are constantly receiving requests for looking into the traffic condition, including speeding condition. If we identify one that fit into the category, we'll put that to the queue of implementation.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll just say I'm pleased to support this. It's interesting how much Falls Church comes up. So I live in South Arlington, and I go to Falls Church for a number of reasons fairly frequently, and I started going years ago. And even when I was going there, I was mentioning it to somebody, said, be really careful. They will ticket you, and it costs a fortune if you go even a little bit above the feet. And I got there, and I'm thinking, well, everybody instantly slows down as soon as they go down Broad Street. And I've gotten, so now this is just a natural thing, and you actually, when you really slow down, and often you don't feel like you need to, the street's open, there are not many people there, but you do it anyway, and it gets you in sort of a little bit of a Zen space, I think, in a little bit, and I think it's much healthier. I actually try to drive that way in my own neighborhood, particularly Arlington, because there are so many people and dogs and kids, and just kind of bring it down. And I actually think if most of Arlington, all of Arlington gets to be to that Falls Church sense of, all right, we're going to just calm down and drive really slowly and carefully, I think we'll all be better off, and it really will save lives. So I think this is just great, and I probably am sort of wondering, too, why didn't we do this earlier? So thank you. All right, are we ready to vote? Any more comments?
You want a motion?
Yes.
You need a motion? Couple more.
Oh, I made a motion. Thank you for reminding me. It's my first chairing the meeting. I'm forgetting these things. That's fine. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make it if you like. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Thank you.
I think we're all ready.
Madam Chair, I will move that we adopt or enact the attached ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 14.2, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Section 14.2-12 of the Code of Arlington County, Virginia, to allow establishment of a $200 additional speeding fine zone on applicable road segments in compliance with Virginia Code Section 46.2-878.2.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion's been moved and seconded. Further comments? Mr. Dorsey.
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer what I hope Mr. Gutschall will take as a sort of friendly amendment, and it's really to get at this notion of making sure that we're not doing this in a way that catches people unaware, since again our primary goal is compliance, and it would be to add to your motion language to the extent of and require the county manager to publicly notify the county board for designating any street segments under this ordinance.
Okay.
I can accept that as a friendly amendment. Could you maybe elaborate a little on how how that notification would take place, like in the manager's notes, or would we?
So publicly notify the county board would require that it probably be during the manager's report at a monthly meeting. So it would always ensure that nothing like this is ever sprung up overnight. And then there's a chance for the board to hear it, ask any questions about it, but more importantly, that there be some sort of press release, public notice that goes out alerting the community as to a particular change. That's what's intended by it.
I think I like this. Mr. Schwartz, do you have any comments on this?
No, I think that's perfectly fine. I mean, we're looking for ways to educate the public. Your amendment seems fine. It's based on an assumption that people listen on Tuesday afternoons, and I'm willing to accept that.
They listen to your manager's report.
Absolutely. No, I like this. It actually means it's going to come and could be part of our whole Vision Zero thing, that we're going to have sort of traffic safety coming before us all the time. Yes, Mr. Gutschall?
I do accept it as a friendly amendment, and I would suggest, Mr. Manager, that you could do it in your manager report, but that doesn't stop you from also notifying the civic association that the road segment is in, right? Because that's a good way to get word out to folks.
Absolutely. And I think as part of Vision Zero, we'll be exploring other ways to inform people. And it wouldn't mean not just through civic associations, but there are many other avenues that we could use.
Rap videos?
Perhaps featuring board members.
Right.
All right. Any further comment or discussion?
If I could just make one
Yes,
concluding
Mr.
comment,
Dorsey.
I'll just put it out there. I mean, I think this is absolutely what we need to do, and as long as we make sure that we are giving people a chance to succeed here, and that is to obey the law, I think that's what I'm most interested in. Since we can't control whether or not anyone who is caught by this will get a sympathetic ear from a judge, I will just put a marker that when we have our annual conversation with the district court as part of this, I'll just be making a plug that they really consider, and not to say that they don't already, but they consider someone's ability to pay before determining whether or not they get caught up in a series of fines and penalties that put them further into an economic disadvantage. I think that's an important consideration. But for us, there's a simple way that everybody can avoid this fine altogether, and that's not speed. And as long as they get notice of that, I'm comfortable moving forward with it tonight.
Great. All right. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Wong. All right. I think now we get to the regular hearing items, of which we have one. Madam Clerk, would you like to call the next item?
Item 43, authorization to enter into a power purchase agreement with Dominion Energy Virginia for the purchase of a portion of the output from a 120 MW peak photovoltaic solar installation to be built in Pittsville, Pittsylvania County, Virginia.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz. would you like to introduce
Thank you,
your team?
Madam Chair. With me this evening is John Morrill to make the presentation. We also have Demetra McBride with us, Greg Emanuel, Shannon Flanagan-Watson, and the very capable Rich Dooley choreographing it all from down there.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Morrill.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm pleased to introduce this next item before us tonight, and this is for the power purchase agreement for electricity use for county government operations. This solar farm project is located in Pittsylvania County, down by the North Carolina border. The project is owned by Dominion Energy Virginia. They acquired the project rights in 2019. This project supports Dominion's commitment to build 3,000 megawatts of new solar and wind by 2022. The total projected capacity of this site is 120 megawatts. It's about 1,500 acres, and the county share of this will be up to 38 megawatts, which is to say it will generate about 79 million kilowatt hours per year. This is about over 80% of the county's total annual electricity use, and it will be operational by the third quarter of 2022. The term of the agreement is 17 years. So Of course, Pittsylvania County is not next door, and so this, to describe how an off-site power purchase agreement like this works, Dominion will build the solar farm and sell the electricity it generates onto the power grid. Dominion will receive the wholesale market price for electricity. Arlington and Dominion, in this agreement, agreed to a fixed price for the portion of electricity generated by the solar farm that will be attributed to Arlington. The difference between the actual wholesale revenue received and the revenue provided by the fixed rate determines the net cost or savings to the county. And this is expected to be a small number. And with this, the county is party to having helped create a significant new solar farm, and Arlington receives the renewable energy certificates for all the electricity generated by the county's portion of the project. The small costs or credits will appear on county government monthly electricity bills with an annual reconciliation the following year. The advantages of this kind of arrangement are that this is a fixed rate without escalation. There's no inflationary matter here. This is a fixed rate for 17 years. There's no capital outlay by the county. We expect this to be expense neutral. I mentioned that the difference between the wholesale price and the fixed price is expected to be small. It will vary a little bit up and down, but overall, we think over the course of a year, it will be virtually zero. And this also has the potential to be revenue positive if the wholesale price of electricity rises. In addition, this is an opportunity for Arlington to further expand its partnership with Dominion as the utility sector evolves. There are opportunities to work together to make positive change for mutual benefit. In terms of sustainability attributes, I mentioned that these are high-quality renewable energy credits. The site is primarily agricultural land, and the local economic impacts will remain in state. We understand that Pittsylvania County has made the development of solar farms like this an important part of its economic development strategy. And perhaps most importantly, this transaction will lead to the county exceeding its community energy plan goal of 50% renewable electricity for government operations by 2022. Now, not yet. I'd like to go back and address the site is primarily agricultural land a bit further. Erroneously, the staff board report mentioned that the site was treeless. We've learned that's not true. The Pittsylvania project site totals about 1,500 acres that was previously used for farming, and it's broken up into 22 parcels, broken up by streams and wetlands and other features. In total, about 90% of the project site has no trees. While there may be some tree removal during construction, we don't know the details of the design, and we encourage Dominion Energy to minimize the removal of trees that would represent our third of the project while still achieving the project goals. So I mentioned the advantages. Here is the primary risk and mitigating factors. The risk is that wholesale power prices fall and remain low for an extended period of time. If that were to happen, the rates the county pays for electricity, well, essentially, if the wholesale power price falls and stays low, then we would be paying more for the renewable electricity. However, if the wholesale price of power falls and stays low, we are also likely to be paying less on our regular routine electric bills because the routine monthly bills that we pay to Dominion now, a portion of that is essentially for wholesale electricity. So that is a mitigating factor if wholesale prices stay low. However, we've reviewed material from the U.S. Department of Energy and spoken with external experts, and they're forecasting rising costs for both natural gas over the long term and wholesale electricity in Virginia. The graphic on this slide is from the U.S. Department of Energy. It shows their latest forecast for wholesale price of natural gas that is actually delivered to electric utilities. And while it is low, it's at historic lows now, and they anticipate it staying low for just another year or two and then steadily rising. And of course, the price of natural gas is directly tied to the price of wholesale electricity, because over half of the electricity made in Virginia comes from burning natural gas. Again, to recap, this proposed agreement advances the community energy plan. This one transaction, once it is completed and producing electricity, will reduce county government greenhouse gas emissions by about 31%. This will help us exceed the new goal in the Community Energy Plan 3.1 to achieve 50% of our renewable energy for government operations electricity by 2022. This directly goes to a priority measure that was identified by the Environment and Energy Conservation Commission's Energy Committee to optimize the use of renewable energy from a variety of on and off-site sources. And this also is a direct implementation of one of the top-ranked strategies in our draft implementation framework, which is to use this type of off-site power purchase agreement, also sometimes called virtual power purchase agreements, to increase renewable electricity and diversify transactional options. One more slide beyond before questions. This slide, just again, speaking to the question of tree cover, when the Dominion reps had introduced this opportunity to us, I found the site on Google Maps, and you can see it is substantially cleared agricultural open space farmland. And the preliminary site layout certainly shows an effort to avoid areas that are sensitive, wetlands, streams, as well as significant tree stands. And also in looking at the conditions that the Pittsylvania County government has become fairly sophisticated since solar farms are part of their economic development program, and they attach special use conditions to special use permits, and these conditions address a number of vegetation, erosion, sediment control, stormwater considerations, as well as replanting for visual buffer areas and plantings of native grasses, for example, between panels. So this has been approved by Pittsylvania County and presents a large opportunity for Arlington County to meet its goals.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morrow. That's it. We have commissioners, I hear. Mr. Bloom, are you speaking? Because I'm used to seeing you up at the table. Come, if you'd like to sit at the table, that's fine, from our E2C2. And your mic actually looks like it's on already. It's on.
Great. Chair Garvey and members of the board, My name is John Bloom, and as E2C2's new chair, my first task was going to be to come here tonight and express the Commission's enthusiastic support of the solar agreement. We had a lively discussion last night and nothing but positive things to say about the agreement and the project based on the information we've been given, which as of last night was no tree impacts. So in light of new information today, the decision that we took last night, it isn't reversed, but it is defeased. We didn't have a chance to work through this information. And it's significant from a community point of view. It's been a significant concern, and we know that. So the decision we took last night is no longer in effect. We don't oppose the project. We just have no opinion now. There's new information that we just haven't had a chance to work through. So that's what I'm here to say. And I realize that makes your jobs a little more complicated, perhaps, in working this through. I hope there are some good approaches to avoid and mitigate any environmental harm at the site, and especially tree damage.
Thank you. Understood. Do we have some speakers, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, yes, we have one speaker on this item.
Okay.
Jim Harris.
It's great that Arlington will purchase about 38 megawatts of daytime solar power, but Arlington is still a renewable energy backwater. Only a few electric vehicle recharging stations are in use in this county. We have 2 in my neighborhood, Ms. Garvey. They're not used for Arlington. While hundreds are currently being installed in Fairfax County, in shopping center parking lots, for example. In nearby states, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Delaware, North Carolina, residential, commercial, solar, photovoltaic, and hot water can't be installed fast enough on everything from cottages to roadside solar farms, which do not impact, roadside solar farms do not impact trees and agricultural land. Former coal miners in Pennsylvania are now solar installers. Can we do that in Virginia? Arlington has many hundreds of acres of solar-capable commercial building rooftops and thousands of solar-capable residences. In fact, this county has been stuck on lead silver since Mr. Ferguson, who's on this county board, moved to the circuit court in 2008. A tent can be certified lead silver, by the way. Concomitantly, you approve a more-car diet with more gas guzzler SUVs, 1,933 parking spaces. Last county board meeting, Mr. Dorsey in Crystal City. And 935 parking spaces the county board meeting before that on Glebe Road, Mr. Gutschall. More gas guzzler SUVs and more unaffordable, inefficient McMansions. Larger commercial buildings that consume more fossil fuel to heat, cool, light. The latest is urbanization through total deforestation. Neighborhood by neighborhood, lot by lot, McMansion by McMansion. Question to county staff. How many new McMansions on clear-cut lots will it take to consume the 38 megawatts? How many new LEED silver buildings with no on-site renewable energy will it take to consume the 38 megawatts? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. All right, that's our final speaker?
Yes.
Yeah, right. So the conversation is now with the board, and I believe, Mr. Moore, we have some representatives from Dominion Virginia Power here with us. I mean, you're not expecting a presentation, but I think maybe to answer questions. Is that correct?
Yes, Diane Corsello from Dominion is here.
Sure.
along
Would you
with
like to say
Scott.
something?
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Chair and board members of the board, my name is Diane Corsello. I am the Director of Business Development for Power Generation at Dominion Energy. As we continue to reduce carbon emissions at Dominion Energy, we are very excited about this opportunity to support Arlington County with a dedicated solar facility in support of your community energy plan. When we design these facilities, and this is in Pittsylvania County, as Mr. Morrill discussed, we look for areas that have already been forested. We look for areas that have open space. Not only is it financially beneficial, but it is something that is important to us as well. So in this particular case, it is a 1,500 acre site, and we would expect that 10 to 15% of some tree clearing might be needed. We are still working on the final design, and it's not like these are all mature trees. We would certainly work with you all and provide you information on exactly what will be removed. But you know, there will be some trees that will be taken down. But again, when you look at particular solar facilities that take up quite a bit of land, in this particular case, there's not a significant amount of tree clearing.
Thank you. That's helpful to know. Thank you. All right. I think the conversation is now with the board. Colleagues, should we have a little conversation before we make a motion? All right. Let's do it. Would somebody like to? Actually, I could just. Well, in that case, no, then you should just tell me I'm ready.
Absolutely.
Go for a motion.
By all
We'll just
means.
do that.
Yeah. Colleagues, I'm going to move that we authorize the county manager to execute the letter supplement agreement, which is attached to the staff report with Dominion Energy Virginia to purchase 31.7% of the output of a 120 megawatt peak solar installation to be built in Pittsylvania County, Virginia, known as the Amazon Arlington Solar Farm, Virginia.
Second.
All right. Motion's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion, Ms. Crystal?
This is really exciting, truly. I think when we adopted some of these big, hairy goals in the community energy plan last year, they weren't entirely a wish and a prayer. We had some thoughts about how we might get them. But I know at the time, and I imagine this is true for our staff and possibly even for the E2C2 as well, I certainly wouldn't have expected to see us getting to that 2035 goal of 100% renewable powered county operations as well, or 80% of that goal as soon as 2020. And so to see this opportunity present itself, I think is extraordinary. I do appreciate that this is the version before us is a little different than the one we saw, than the one that the E2C2 saw, which is a shame because we do value your advice greatly. But I have to reflect on this. I think if you were to tell me that there could be, 10% of the site might have trees that could be impacted, it would not have reduced my enthusiasm for this. I think it's important for us to acknowledge that Pennsylvania County has different general land use priorities than we do. I was just actually looking at their comprehensive plan, and they have some of the same goals for tree preservation that we do in their more urban areas. They care about street trees in downtown areas and places that are heavily developed. But I think to look at a community that has a general land use plan for its areas that are very different than our land uses here in Arlington, that I defer to them and recognizing that this is an important part of the economic development and land use strategy of our counterparts in Pennsylvania County, makes me feel confident, right? That even if this weren't the decision we might make for the same amount of acreage in Arlington, I don't even think we have the same amount of acreage in Arlington, this is a great partnership for our counterparts there as well as for us. So I am thrilled to support this, so excited about getting us way ahead of schedule to that 2035 goal, and to making this community, or continuing this community's leadership and partnership with Dominion, in becoming the truly energy efficient and sustainable community we want to be.
Thank you. Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Crystal, for, I agree completely that when we adopted the Community Energy Plan, there was a lot of talk about how are we going to fill that wedge, and this is probably more than we could have hoped for at that time. And despite the somewhat unfortunate news of, while we thought we had kind of almost the perfect here with, no net tree loss, which I think was reflective of a community value that we were hoping to see in this project, the fact that we're still able to get a considerable amount of renewable energy, I think is an overwhelming net benefit to the community and in furtherance of our community energy plan goals. So I appreciate that. Ms. Costello, I was wondering if I might ask you a follow-up question to your testimony from just a few minutes ago, which you had indicated that you would be willing to take a look at what, the nature of the trees that are there, and is there anything we can do to mitigate that impact? Is that something that we could continue to work on beyond this evening, beyond tonight?
Certainly, we will work with Mr. Morrill and his team and provide information and let them know exactly where. We have a more detailed site plan that will be provided. At this point, we've provided the preliminary site plan, and I think you can see that the areas where we are placing the solar panels are primarily the areas that have already been cleared, the areas that were agricultural. So we will continue to work with his team and provide that information.
Does Dominion have any sort of tree replacement policy in terms of when you do clear land? Do you do anything to reforest another area?
Not in this particular case, where we would be building a solar facility.
Okay.
No.
Is that something you would entertain?
Certainly, if we're going to impact wetlands, which we do not, it is our practice to stay out of wetlands, then there is mitigation. We have to get into wetlands. But with regards to trees, we work with the Virginia Forestry. We work with the landowners. We work with timbering companies to actually take down trees that need to be taken down. So we do work with a lot of different parties to make the right decisions when we're removing trees.
So you feel you do it in a responsible manner is what I'm kind of hearing
yes,
from
sir,
you.
we
Right.
do.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you. I will just say for my colleagues, I would entertain a motion to defer for 1 month. I don't think that that's where the majority of the board is, but I think that some additional time to work through this sort of late-breaking detail could be helpful for us, but I suspect that the majority of the board is ready to move forward tonight.
All right, we'll find out. Mr. Dorsey?
So I'll just say for me, when this letter of intent and agreement was framed, really too good to be true. When we're thinking about an opportunity to participate in a solar project that's going to get us substantially towards our CEP goals, that it would provide an important, economic hedge for us with our energy portfolio. When you consider, other retail sourcing of electricity, and to realize the economics of this, the market price would have to dip 37 cents, below our contractual fixed price in order for us to be a revenue loser on this, given the offsets. And then that it was going to be in an area that was tree-less. It was like, wow, sign me up tomorrow. Everything else is still the same, except for it's no longer a tree-less solar farm. So with that, it causes me to look at some other areas, and I'm kind of really, look, it's not thrilling that that there is some forestation on the property, but considering that it is substantially unforested is still the primary driver here. And then when you consider the location of this already developed area that was not developed for Arlington County, it was done through another project that Dominion bought. It's in a part of our Commonwealth that is very much banking on this for the future of their economic development. Pittsylvania County, just for people who are not situationally aware, I think, Mr. Morrow, you mentioned where it is, at the border of North Carolina, but it's also important to note that it's huge. You could clone Arlington 37 times, and all 38 of us would fit in Pittsylvania County. It is the largest county in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and this is not their first rodeo when it comes to solar projects. From what I was able to tell, they're up to about 9 or 10 that are either wholly or partly in Pittsylvania County. And in terms of their ability to regulate their development and operation. They have a 17-part ordinance to go along with the comprehensive plan elements as well as their special use permit process. In short, they know what they're doing in terms of making this an economically and environmentally sustainable part of how they're going to operate in their county. So for us, it puts us in the position of, I can think of no better partner in the Commonwealth, someone who is intentionally leading into solar farm development as their way forward, who's thought about it with environmental sensitivity as well as sustainability at the forefront. And we have an opportunity to then meet our goals in a way that far exceeds our timeline that we envisioned just a few months ago. So even though the narrative is a little bit different today, my enthusiasm is no less great. This is a wonderful opportunity for us, and I look forward to moving forward with all due haste.
Thank you. Mr. DiFerranti?
Mr. Gutschall, I appreciate you mentioning your concerns, and I'm not quite in a place where I think deferral is appropriate in this case, but I do appreciate you mentioning it. With respect to Dominion, just a couple of thoughts. I guess my biggest frustration is that somehow the communication didn't get quite clear so we could get the transparency and have a sort of clean and accurate staff report. And so I don't, we're moving forward. I think the big picture story is so positive. The comments that this would be 10% of the land is really salient for me, but still the big picture environmental benefits of this are disproportionately large compared to the challenges. I would love to ask that so that we can have the partnership that I know that you want, that good faith work after this is going to be really important. And if there are steps, I'd love to see those. That's sort of the thoughts on Mr. Gutschall's. I just have a couple of concluding remarks. I think I'll just push on unless, Madam Chair, you want others to go first. I'll just say a big thank you to staff. You guys, have worked relentlessly on it, and I just, this is what I hope for when I'm thinking about the big goals that we need to do as a county. And so I'm just so grateful of all your work. I would note that we're 83% of the way there towards a great goal, but I don't know what percentage. It's not the whole 2035 goal. And so the solar array that we talked about last year, we're going to have to come back on that one. And 83% of all of us is going to take systemic change in Richmond, and it's going to take us continuing to lead. But when we talked about the big goals, we all as a board expressed concern about hitting those goals. And this is what the big steps look like to get there. And so I'm thrilled. I'm looking forward to seeing what we do next. There are additional steps, but a big thank you to colleagues, staff, the Dominion, and so excited that we're addressing one of the biggest challenges really in a big way that impacts our whole planet. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually wanted to follow up with just a question on from staff, Mr. Morrow. So I understand that the term of this agreement is for 17 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So what happens in 2037? And more importantly, so as we talk about that big wedge, this is a chunk, but this has a cliff to it, right? A sunset to it, if you will.
Well, let me point out that this is 83% of the county government's load. And so this is, if you will, just our first bite at the apple. And so there's more work that we have to do. And before the 17 years is up, we can revisit the agreement, see if it makes sense to extend it, or we may be in the market for a different kind of agreement. So this is the first step of multiple
So there's more to come,
Yes.
is what I think I hear you saying, which is good news. I would just ask that as we do at the risk of stating the obvious here, I think, as we look into these agreements, future agreements, that we would, and I'm not looking to point any fingers or assign any blame, because I think this was a an honest sort of misunderstanding in terms of information that fell through the cracks. But if we could do the diligence, if you will, and to make sure that we know what we're getting into, I would be grateful for that, and I think the community would as well. So thank you.
Understood, thank you.
Yep.
So I want to thank staff quite a bit. I'm very mindful of my remarks in January about innovation and how when you try something new you've never done before, you might make a mistake or two. And Pittsylvania County is really far away. I will say I think it's kind of cool that we're partnering with people in Pittsylvania County in a way to save the planet. I mean, that's what we're trying to do. We're getting away from fossil fuels, and the whole thing is very exciting. This is a hiccup about understanding about how many trees and what went on, and I think we will work that through. And I will, Ms. Corsella, I really appreciate your telling us that you're going to keep us posted. I think the interest is just, are there any particularly really big, beautiful trees that you maybe try to save those? And if you can report back to us on that, that would be really helpful. But I understand this is, as Mr. Dorsey was explaining, part of an economic model for Pittsylvania County. And again, we're just getting a really good partnership going. It's pretty exciting. A little bit of a bump here, and as you saw, we all had to kind of get our heads around it. I think we're for the most part, really pretty comfortable with this. It's very exciting. It's really a big advancement. I view it as actually, and I'll just say, a transition. So we're switching to renewable energy is great, but eventually I want to get to district energy, where actually we're going to be producing it here in Arlington. We'll find ways to do it with windows that produce solar and more things on the roofs and whatever. Who knows what we're going to get, but more renewable energy we can produce right here. Right now, we're reaching out to Pittsylvania County and getting things started and making some important steps that really need to be taken, as I say, I think for the good of the planet. Little tiny bit, but it's a step in the right direction, which is really important. So I'm prepared to support this. I'm prepared to vote. Is everybody ready to vote?
I have just one.
You have one more comment. Yes, Mr. Gutschall.
Which is actually in response to your comment, and I thank you for it, that the reminder about that if we want to be innovative, we do have to be willing to make a mistake. And so, and I think in that light, I think that's a great way to frame this, actually, is that when you're doing things for the first time or doing things differently, it is in more than possible. It's maybe, in fact, likely that you are going to have a little bump in the road here or there, and that's a great way to frame this. But another thought that occurred to me, which I didn't want to go without being said, which is that even though this is a big win and we're getting 83% of the county's electricity use out of this deal, and it goes to, I think, your point, Mr. DiFerenti, in terms of how do we get to the Ready for 100 from Sierra Club by 2035, is to not forget that a big part of what we need to do to achieve our goals comes in energy efficiency and in reducing our demand. So it's great to meet the demand with renewable energy, but we also need to work on reducing the total demand. And let's not let that get lost in this as we celebrate this victory here.
Great.
Thank
All right. All right. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. This is a big deal. Thank you very much. It's really exciting. So thank you so much. Colleagues, I believe that's the end of our regular agenda, Madam Clerk. I do want to make a motion, however. I move that the County Board allocate and appropriate $1,710,000 from the county's budget Economic and Revenue Stabilization Contingent Fund. I have a number here, which I guess I'll read, 101.386000, and appropriate $1,710,000 to the Department of Technology Services, 101.13303, for costs associated with contract increases for software acquisition. Is there a second? All right, motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And I believe there's one more motion. Mr. Gutschall, do you have a motion?
I do have
for
a
me?
motion.
Yes, thank you.
I have a motion regarding acceptance of an ABM settlement. So I will move that the county board authorize the risk manager to execute a settlement and release of all claims with ABM Industries, Inc., ABM Industry Groups, LLC, ABM Facility Support Services, LLC, ACE American Insurance Company, and ESIS, and their agents relating to a property damage claim at 2100 Clarendon Boulevard, Arlington, Virginia, 22201, involving cooling unit CRAC number 5.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. I believe that is indeed, no, one more item. Mr. DeFranti?
Sorry, I have a conflict I need to disclose. Just for the record, in the closed session, I did not participate in the discussion of the Odyssey condominium because I lived there. It's a previously disclosed conflict that I've never participated in, and I just wanted to say that for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeFranti. All right, I think we are ready, and we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Very smooth. It's moving right along.